being referred to as a great, but that is exactly what he is. His personality and approach to the game have endeared him to millions around the world for 3 decades. An icon of Welsh sport and a very, very special man. The irrepressible, irreplaceable Mark J. Williams. And finally, to one of the finest Scottish sportsmen in history. His determination and mental strength is almost beyond compare in the modern era. For 33 years, he's done his family and his country proud. Here comes the Wizard of Wishaw, John Higgins.
Frame, Mark Williams to break. Thank you.
Thank you, Rishi. Good morning, everybody. Special occasions. And I know you mentioned it, Lee, that 2018 final was one of the great finals. And Mark Williams came out on top, and matches like this now, came in feeling confident, did he? He seemed to be in good form last night when I saw him on the practice table.
Yeah, you know what Mark is like, John. He's very relaxed, takes it all in his stride. So I just think both players are really looking forward to this today. And like you mentioned, the 2018 final. If we get anything like that over the next 2 days, then I think we're all going to be very happy.
Yeah, the quarterfinals, still best of 25. 8 frames this morning, 8 frames this evening, and then the remainder to be played tomorrow, so it runs over the 2 days. This was a nice, easy opener for John Higgins. Not the best break-off shot from Mark Williams. Partly with everything that was going on and the atmosphere was created. I mean, you feel it in the commentary box, what it's like there, down at the table, trying to cue properly. Understandable that you could be a little bit tense in the cue arm for your first shot. As I say, decent chance for John Higgins. Needs to bounce.
7.
A little bit short of pace. He can still pot the black, but he won't have great control of the cue ball. He knows it's running into the red just above the black, but well, if he could avoid the red just above the black, he'd be fine, but I don't think he can. He'll do well to get position on a red here. And the black's tough enough.
Excellent back there, but unfortunately for John, he's lost the cue ball. So, first chance is now gone. It was only going to be a safety shot, yeah.
John Higgins, 40.
not the best safety from John. He has left a possible red for Mark Williams to the left-hand black pocket.
I think what giving Mark food for thought here. If he could easily get round the back of the black, you take this red on no problem. I'm not certain he can avoid a kiss on the second red or the black here, so he's undecided. I don't blame him. If he misses it, it could spell danger. And he's decided that it's too risky. So just the safety. And sometimes, you know, that's difficult to do. You know the ball's on, you think, I want to pot it, but you've got to work out the percentage. And percentage-wise, that looked to be the right shot.
Yeah, he doesn't turn many pots down, Mark Williams. But he knows can't afford to make any mistakes. But John's made one there, so the safety shot of Mark Williams certainly paid off. He's definitely got a red into the left middle pocket.
Yeah, refusing the pot and playing safe on his last visit, as you can see, has definitely worked out to be the right decision. Now, first frame, what can he make of this decent chance?
1.
Stephen Hendry always makes the point, and I think it's a valid one. It's the first 4 or 5 shots when you get to the table, particularly early on in the match, just to get that cue arm going. They're the ones where you could be a little bit vulnerable.
Yeah, Mark Williams doesn't feel as many nerves as other people, but I'm sure with the reception he got, even for him, there will be a few nerves jangling about this morning.
Seven.
Reds are nicely spread, but black is not available. Pink only looks like it'll go into the left-hand middle pocket, so a bit of sorting out for Mark Williams to do.
I'm just trying to think of a red. There is one red I'd like to remove, and that's the one closest to the right corner pocket, to the right of the black, but it's very precise to try and get onto that, so just concentrating on these 2 reds on the right-hand side of the table. That's okay. And once you clear these 2, the 2 reds below the pink will be nicely accessible.
14.
So I think he's got the pattern where he wants to take them. But of course, to follow that pattern, you need good cue ball control. So far, so good. He's just pointing now. Is there a margin of error? As I say, the red that's closest to the right corner, if he removes that, he makes the black available into the right corner, which would help. As I say, it was a precise positional shot. He's okay, played it well.
90.
And I can remove that red. Wouldn't play for the black probably this time, but now we have the black available into at least one pocket.
20.
Well, he could play for it. The only reason I didn't think he'd play for the black, there was always a danger stunning it like that. You'd be near the cushion. So a little bit of pressure on this one.
Definitely was pressure on that, but that is one of Mark Williams' favourite
27.
shots. Most players don't like just dropping balls in, but that is the way that he would prefer to play it. So if he can pop this red, and get nicely on the black, which he has done, and he can remove the other red. He's got the angle to remove the other red from by the black. Hasn't quite got that angle, but he's still got plenty of loose reds, and it's turning into a nice chance in this first frame for Mark Williams.
Just shorter pace.
35.
It's all right having the pattern. The pattern was working beautifully. But he underhit that screw shot. Still got this cut to the right corner, but should have been easier than this. He's now looking at the alternative, the red below the black. And as you can imagine, that's not what he played for. I think he'll take a pot on. Which one is it? And can he get it? Well, if he plays the red behind the black, he's sort of edging his bets a bit. It's undecided. I thought he'd play the pot on this red. Now I'm not too sure. Well, he did. Oh, and that's why he was
35.
concerned. Got close to the pot, but he didn't go in.
Yeah, he'll be quite disappointed there. Starting to open the balls into a really good position. Even worse for Mark. He's left an easy starter for John.
One.
We know the red just below the black will go to the right corner, but all the other reds, you feel as though you want to be on the right half of the table as we look. This isn't the great angle on the blue to come down the right half of the table. Got to be careful he doesn't make contact with the brown. And no side. He's got to be playing ball. The side, you see, swung it in, but the second bit of side, wonderful shot. Wonderful shot from John Higgins. Just missed the brown.
Must just be a little awkward on this red. Could play a cannon on the reds, leave himself shot at the pink in the left middle, but he doesn't fancy that, so he's taking the other one, going back up for the blue.
Seven.
And he's a little bit short of pace.
Yeah, that was annoying. I mean, it's understandable, the first frame. I know they've been playing on this table the last two matches, but all changes just a little bit sometimes, depending on the weather outside. It's been beautiful weather in Sheffield. So John couldn't get close to this red. It's now a tough pot.
12.
But he's left himself the 1-2 down from the pink to the left corner. He'll be putting all his efforts into this. Oh, good shot.
13.
Very good shot. Now, how's he going to be on the colour? Has he got any kind of angle? Well, I'm looking at his facial expressions. I think it's okay. He's not looking too disappointed.
Yeah, he played for the red, closest to the black there, which would really have opened
8.
everything up. Just run out of position. He can still pot this red, but it'd be a lot easier than this. Excellent shot from John Higgins. Very close to going off in the middle pocket, but he's kept the break going.
So close, wasn't it? And obviously he knew that the line of the cue ball was going to take it very close, but he was correct. It didn't go in. Didn't pot that yellow clean. And that's why he's run out of position. Now he's
21.
lost position a few times at this visit. Managed to redeem the situation. If the right-hand one of the three went, no problem. Anyway, no hesitation taking this on. This could win or lose the first frame.
22.
Well, this is good stuff. Tough school, Lee.
Yeah, it certainly is. Mark Williams had a decent chance in his first frame. One loose positional shot. Missed a tricky red.
28.
It looks like it's going to cost him this first frame. There you see the red. It was the only one he could leave, but unfortunately for Mark, he did leave it.
36.
He's just got up. He's straight on this red, which shouldn't be a problem, but I don't think John, unlike Mark, likes to roll them, so he likes to punch into these type of shots.
37.
Played a little stun run through. I was going to say he don't want to be straight on the black, but I don't think you'd mind being straight. It's just off straight that could be a problem. Well, there you go, just off straight. You've got to be careful if he tries to screw on and off the side cushion, he doesn't make contact with the red. Just managed to miss it, but he's not played it that well. I think he'd have rather
44.
screwed off the side cushion and play for this red in the left corner, but he thought if I hit it with pace and I hit the red, I'll be on nothing. You'd like this red to have been easier. This red and a colour for the first frame. Right in the heart of the pocket once again. Boy, this has been impressive. This brown to go 28 points in front with just 27 remaining. And I think this just proves me what we know about snooker at the top level. We were commending Mark
49.
on his decision not to take a risky pot and play safe, and he offered up the chance. And then he thought long and hard about trying to keep his visit going before
51.
he decided to play the red. And it's all about your decisions, and And sometimes, I'm not saying it was the wrong one,
54.
but it just shows you just that one mistake. You go back to your seat, no right of reply then. But every credit to John Higgins. This is a superb start.
58. $63.
All these top players always set great store in winning the first frame. Steve Davis was a master at it. Working on the
69
pencil, if you win the first frame, your opponent's got to win 2 on the trot to get back in front. Anyway, that was a lovely start from John Higgins. Mark Williams had a chance, but he didn't make the most of it. John Higgins did. He leads 1-0.
Thank you, John. The second frame, John Higgins to break.
Where's the cue ball going?
Foul. Mark Williams.
Well, that was a poor break-off shot from John Higgins. Oh, it was the kiss off the other red that sent the cue ball to the pocket. I mean, it was a bad break-off just to kiss that red. Now, so here's a chance for Mark Williams early on. Good pot needed. And got wonderful strike. Of course, Lee, the type of shot he'd have been practicing this morning. Lovely to bring it to the match table.
Yeah, practices plenty of that type of shot, as we all know. Excellent one-ball potter. Well, I'm assuming that the 2 reds
6.
are on for a plant, and you can see they look pretty good.
Yeah, there's a little gap between the two of them, so you've got to catch the first red right, but it looks unmissable.
7.
Play for the pink, and he's on it.
So that's both break-off shots. Mark Williams' break-off shot in the first frame. John potted a red off it, and John's break-off in the second frame. And Mark spotted a red off it, so 2 poor break-off shots. And there you see the tournament breaks. That's over 30. 32 from John Higgins, 26 from Mark Williams. And I expect that to be a lot more by the time this match is finished. He's got a few open reds. He would love that pink to be available. The black is tied up at the moment. He'd love to be able to pot that pink, but I don't think he can. If this shot will tell us, well, he obviously
14.
can. So that's a bonus.
We can only assume that the pink will go back where it is if the reds stay in the same place. Well, you got this red to the right centre. Because he's close to the cushion, it all depends on the potting angle of this red. Is it perfect so he can run it in and play for the blue, or is he going to run into the blue? It's not the type of shot you want to be digging in if you can avoid it. Referee,
20.
Tatiana Wollaston. Placing the pink. It was the perfect angle, and I see no reason now. I know there's a loose red, but no reason not to play a cannon here. I mean, at least it will release the pink. Well, you always need a bit of luck, but he's okay. He's okay. He's got a red to the right corner.
Yeah, he played that very well.
$27.
Gone a little bit too far for the blue this time, but he's okay on the yellow.
$29.
Just depends what angle he's got here. He's going bottom of the cue ball, so he'll be screwing back up for the blue. And struck that very well.
30.
You can just roll this blue in. I think there's a couple of reds available into the left-hand black pocket.
$35.
Well, he's on this red, but being low on it, he'd rather been on the left-hand red, to be honest with you. So he's got to manoeuvre this cue ball through the other reds. And in the end, did play the left hand of the two. And he was able to avoid a kiss on the other red and couldn't have placed it better with his hand.
.45 points in front. He's not perfect on this red. I like the better angle to play back down for the blue. He's actually just coming around to have a look if the pink will go into the left-hand black pocket, but it's a little bit awkward to get on that as well.
42.
But he struck that very nicely. Not perfect on this blue. He doesn't like the angle on the blue. He can play the green. That's pretty good.
Yeah, the cue ball's travelling a little bit more than he would
45.
like, but so far so good. But he needs another good shot here. Can he find the right angle on the blue this time?
46.
Well, that's as good a shot as he's played in this visit so far. Closer and closer to the winning line. That blue puts him 55 points in front. 3 open reds. They'd be more than enough
51.
to clinch this second frame.
$52.
I thought John Higgins was impressive in the first frame, the way he went about winning it. And likewise, Mark Williams in this. And when you see matchups like this with two of the all-time greats, you just want them both to play well.
57.
And if they do, you know you're in for a great match.
So just this red. And John will require a snooker. No. And even worse for Mark Williams,
57.
he's nudged the black into play as well. I didn't see that one coming, John.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, he lost the first frame by missing, but that was a tough pot. That was a sitter. It would hurt if John Higgins could steal this frame, and there's a good chance he could. He's decided to play for the pink first. Get the pink on its spot, that will help. OK, there's a red on the right-hand side cushion, but if you think back, about a minute ago, John Higgins was in his seat thinking he'd lost this frame. This is a bonus to be back at the table.
Yeah, going back to that match they played in 2018, John Higgins made some incredible clearances from this kind of position in that match. And even though there's a red safe on the right-hand side cushion, John just having a look at it now. Mark Williams will be fearing the worst here.
Of the two, but it looks to have the perfect angle. Just got to run through, cue it smooth. Don't kiss the second red, you'd ruin your position. Well, he used all the pocket, but it dropped.
So maybe looking for a nice angle on the colour when potting this red. Doesn't want to be straight. And that looks just about perfect. Yeah, he can play this. The way he's coming along, he's going to play in behind it. Or is he playing to move it? He did. What a great shot.
Yeah, he thought the red against the cushion was going to be difficult. He could have dropped behind it, as Lee said, but if you drop behind and you finish straight, you can't do anything with the cue ball. He took the chance on the cannon, and it's worked out perfectly. So much so, this would be a more difficult pot if he had to stun up the table, but if I look at that angle, just drop it in, and he'll finish nicely on the black. So he doesn't have to put any pace into the shot, which makes the pot a lot easier. 31 points of difference. This red colour, and then the 6 remaining colours for a very significant steal. Again, certainly used all the pocket,
31.
but it's gone in, and he's absolutely perfect on the black. And even so early on in this match, John Higgins will know the significance of this frame.
Yeah, as soon as Mark Williams missed that red and nudged out the black, he would have been thinking this was what was going to happen.
40.
I always think the key shot in these colour clearances is the next
43.
one coming up. Brown to blue. If he gets inch perfect on the blue, then it should be a formality. It's all about this positional shot.
$47.
Not quite. Not quite straight enough. He's going to have to stun the blue in and come on and off the top cushion. It's the only thing that could go wrong. What's the pace
52.
like? Very good. And we just saw a glimpse. 100% pot success at the moment for John Higgins. Just 2 balls away, and he's perfect on this pink. Nothing to do with the cue ball, just stroke it in.
58.
Wonderful from John Higgins. So reliable in those situations. Mark Williams will be a little bit distraught. For all money, he needed 1 red. It wasn't difficult. He missed it. John Higgins, as he always has done, did the business. 2-0.
The third frame, Mark Williams to break.
Third frame underway, and there's just that little hint now. We always say, and we believe it, that's why we say it, that you never really settle until you get your first frame on the scoreboard. Mark Williams at the moment is in that position. Brought on by himself, it has to be said, with that sitter of a red he missed in the last frame. We can all say he's the type of guy who doesn't bother about it, but you want to get that frame on the board, certainly sooner rather than later.
So, first 2 frames, 100% pot success for John Higgins. Mark Williams has only missed 2 shots, and he's lost 2 frames. Like you said, John, tough school.
Much too thick. That's why he got the cue ball into the jaws of the pocket. Red on here for John. Just having a look to see whether the black is available to the right corner. If it is, makes this red to the left middle a little bit easier. Not too much work to do with the cue ball. But does it go?
And the black did go, so this is a chance now for Mark Williams. And you can clearly see the black will pot. He'd like to pot the red, get an angle on the black to remove the red that's closest to the black.
1.
Didn't have that angle on that occasion, but he's still okay.
8. Nine.
I'm assuming the fact he went up for the blue that this black, now it's been
14.
respotted, isn't available. It's hard to tell from where we are, but just the fact he went up for the blue and he's going back up for the blue again.
15.
So the black is tied up at the moment. Got a possibility here he could pop the... Well, it must be tight from behind it. Could play a cannon here. Bring the pink into play. He's got the red over the middle pocket that he thinks he's bound to be on. And now he's opened up the reds.
20.
The pink's in play. Big chance. Doesn't want to mess this one up.
Yeah, and if anybody's looking about a play to split the pack off the blue, you've just seen it. Hit the pink, full in the face. Perfect shot, and now it's giving him a great chance.
It's
20.
funny, isn't it, Lee? We looked from behind the pocket, it looked as though the black went, but I'll trust Mark's opinion. The fact you keep playing up for the blue tells me it doesn't, but once again, he's just a fraction short for a perfect position.
Yeah, it did look as though the black would pot. And again, it doesn't look like that will go, but he's just coming around to have another look.
Well, I've been commentating for too many years I'd like to remember, and when I see a picture like that, it tells me the black does go, but he's had 2 opportunities to play on it, and I just assumed that he thought it didn't go. Looks as though it goes clearly. Certainly, if you're right behind it, it's unmissable. Anyway, that's for a couple of shots' time. At the moment, sort out the problem with the blue, because he's the wrong side of it. And he won't want to play the pink. The pink's missable.
So, I think he'll be playing the red closest
26.
to the left-hand black pocket. And if he plays up for the blue again, he's just coming around to have a look at this black again. I definitely think this black will go, John.
Yeah, I do. But what I would say, if he's that unsure, and it is tight, and there's no doubt about it, I don't see how you can play for the black off this red. It's the type of shot I always feel. As I say, if you're right behind it and you've got the cue ball, object ball, and pocket all in your eye on, he's asking the audience, does it go? I think the safest bet is to go back up for blue.
27.
Once again, a fraction short.
It makes a massive difference when that cue ball just runs another couple of inches. It's very straightforward. Pot the blue, get on a red. Still fancy Mel Williams to pot the blue and pot a next red, but it's a little bit more tricky now than it should have been.
Yeah, well, as I say, he's not convinced himself that the black will pot. I mean, he'd probably be the ball to play for, but it's back up for the blue. But fair play to
33.
him. He keeps potting it. Once again, he could play the pink, but the pink is missable. Just got to avoid a balk colour. His red's available. You'd think you'd want to go in between brown and yellow here. Well, he's decided to do the straight line. You've got to be so much accurate with that, but he couldn't have played it better. Superb shot.
38.
he can get through to this red, which it looks like he can't. If he could have played for the pink to get that back on the spot. So it's going to be right side of the blue again.
39.
And again, he's the wrong side, so he's going to be playing again this red from a little bit more distance than he would have wanted to.
As I say, I mean, the pink could offer him better position here, but the pink's risky. The blue was unmissable. Well, so far, he's coped with these mid-range pots.
44.
He's getting closer and closer to the winning line. All the reds he requires are in the open. Can he find that one precise positional shot now which will make it easy to get over the line in this frame?
$45.
Well, he's come on the pink. He'll be using the rest. How would you rate him as a rest player, Lee? Is he excellent, middle of the range, or give us a clue?
Yeah, usually, John, I would say excellent, but in his first match, he did miss quite a few with the rest, so I don't know whether... Oh, he just caught the yellow. He's got to go past the blue. I think he's just about okay.
Oh, that was a close one. If that
50.
cue ball would have stopped, there you see the blue spot. If it had stopped a fraction before, he'd have been snookered on all reds. Fortunately, he held the spot. Blue was on the highest available, which was a pink. That would have made him his heart jump a little.
Yeah.
He's played for the black.
Well, it will be interesting. I'm just thinking, John, how much easier could he have made this break if he'd played for the black earlier?
Absolutely.
58.
Absolutely. He couldn't convince himself that unless he was right behind it, he could pot it. And in the end, the ball finished up with a situation he had to play for it. Yeah, all
59.
those trials and tribulations of trying to get the right side of the blue. Anyway, I think he's broke the back of this frame now. This blue will put him 64 points in front with just 67 remaining. So just this red
64.
to go 65 in front with 59 left. Been an excellent break. Positional wise, wasn't perfect, but as we always expect from Mark Williams, one of the greatest potters the game's ever seen.
65.
Yeah. After what went on in the last frame, this is a brilliant response from Mark Williams.
Yeah, and we keep saying, I mean, this is the third frame of a best of 25,
72.
you know, and you say don't panic, but some players do panic when they've thrown a frame away. But of course, one of his great attributes, and the attribute for any great champion, is temperament. Well, the red hasn't gone in, but I don't think John Higgins will bother coming back to the table. Well, I'm wrong. So 72 points of difference, 59 remaining. So that's 3.
One.
Oh, 4 4 4-point snookers required. Surprised he's playing on, but he must... Maybe he needs a bit of table time, just wants to settle in a bit more, I don't know, but I wouldn't give him much hope of winning this frame.
8. Nine.
Yeah, I think because the red came back, Cannon the other reds left John 3 easy reds, 3 easy colours. Well,
John Higgins.
maybe that
9.
colour wasn't as easy as I
Frame
thought.
conceded. Frame. Mark Williams.
Well, that's enough. He missed the pink. The Turk referee, Tatiana Wollaston, said, "Yep, I concede." Mark Williams gets his first frame on the scoreboard. 2-1.
Thank you. The 4th frame. John Higgins to break.
Another poor break-off shot from John. As Sean said when he was doing the demonstration, the end red, if you catch it too full, has a tendency to come back up the table towards the baulk end. But I think the brown has just come to his rescue. It had. This needs to run. It's short.
Bum. And a miss. John Higgins 4.
Is it a plant? Doesn't look like, but that red in the baulk end is potable. And I think John can get his hand on the table and comfortably play it. Not going to turn down a half chance like this, that's for sure.
He knew that red was the only one he could leave, but he has left a possible thin cut for Mark Williams into the yellow pocket. Doesn't turn much down, Mark Williams. Yeah, it was thin. I think that the yellow might have come to his rescue, but he has left a red into the left-hand black pocket, and if the black goes as well, this is a decent chance for John Higgins.
One.
Not certain about the availability of the red just below the black. If it was available, then maybe John Higgins could pop the pink in the middle and run around the back of that, but I don't know whether the red goes or not.
Ping ball.
Well, I think it'll need to go because I don't see what else he's on. Not quite certain. I think the red just below the black will go. He didn't play to be on it. He had another red in mind.
7.
closest to the cue ball. It's tricky.
John Higgins, 7.
Yeah, that wasn't easy. Slightly hampered by the blue. So because of that, he's taken this more tricky red. Yeah, that was a little bit more difficult, that one. He would have been on the black if he'd potted it. He has left John the red into the yellow pocket. Quite a thin cut and no guarantee of position.
Well, he got it, and he'll be pleased with the outcome. He's finished nicely on the blue. And he may elect to play a cannon here into the main bunch. The reason I say that, I think he'd have to be down the left-hand side of the table as we look to be on a red. And he can't get there, so you may as well play the cannon. Big target. Just got to hit the top red, as Lee said in the last frame with Mark with the pink. Hit the top red full in the face. Well, to be fair, he played a little bit more control than that.
6.
And I don't think it's a bad outcome. Didn't go into the top red, just played in the reds that were loose on the left-hand side of the cluster. It's worked out nice.
7.
Could also see from that last angle that the red by the black does pot, so
14.
He's on this red, but it's very awkward cueing. Can't do much with the cue ball. The more pace you put into this, the more likelihood of you missing the pot.
you know, he's got the red, but he's not the right side of the blue. This looks like a very good shot. Excellent positional shot from John Higgins. And then he pots this red. It's going to free the black into both pockets. There's one red behind the pink as well, the pots.
Yeah, of course.
You see the match time just coming up to the hour mark. Really enjoyable match so far, John.
Yeah, they've come out and both players look to be on good form. And when they are, they get on with it. They go for their opportunities. That's why they've been such a pleasure to watch over the years. And these matchups between the two of them are moments to treasure. Won't last forever. And
28.
the service they've given to the game of snooker is remarkable.
$29.
He doesn't want to be straight on this black. The only red you think reasonably he could play on is the one on the right-hand side of the table. I think he may just out... Yeah, he's okay. He's got a slight angle. He's thinking about playing into the main cluster. I don't think he's got a good enough angle for that. I think I'd rather play for the open red and then leave a better angle on the black next time around. His choice.
$36.
Just placing the tip of his cue where he wants the cue ball to be, to go into these reds.
$37.
Looks pretty good.
Yeah, he'll play a cannon into the pink here, and the pink will open the reds. Just don't want to catch the pink full ball. Either side of the pink should be fine. Right-hand side, I think, would be better. Oh, and he missed the pink. He'll be disappointed with that. He put backspin on, but because he hit it so hard, the backspin didn't take until it had passed the pink. He'll be disappointed with that. Didn't hit it well. Got a lead of 55 points. I can't see it increasing. And he won't want to bring those two reds from either side of the table. Well, he's playing this one because I can only assume that if this is the other way, is to play the other red and then bring all the reds in. Well, he's done that anyway.
Higgins, 44.
Well, he's okay. He's got a good cue ball. And a good lead. Taking on a big shot here. Thought if he played it, and that's an art that Mark Williams has more than most, if he played it, the only red he could leave was the one he was playing. And even though there's a 55-point difference, we know and we've seen already that you make a mistake, and from John Higgins' point of view, that 55 doesn't give him a guarantee winning this frame by a long way. But can Mark Williams force a mistake and get a chance for a counter-attack? Oh, he's not hit this, has he?
Well, no miss. John Higgins, 4.
No, he just didn't give it much concentration. It was a nothing shot to play as far as he was concerned. Give it a bit of concentration this time.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Rob, can I please check?
Yeah, of course. Just back no, I think it's forward a touch, Tatiana. Just forward a touch. And then just that way, towards the black a little bit. Touch more forward. Yeah, that's fine. That's okay.
Okay. John, thank you.
Change of plan. This red's coming back down the table. Where's he going to finish? It's amazing, isn't it? You hit that red, you think, oh, he's going to stay up at that end. He's going to hit something. Hit nothing. And there he come. back to be possible. But it's not.
I think the only shot for Mark Williams now is just to roll into these reds. No way he can get back to the black end cushion there.
Yeah, as I say, even though John Higgins got a 59-point lead, that foul before, which I forgot about, there's still a possible 91 remaining. So there's plenty of points to play with. Question is, can Mark Williams get the next chance? If John Higgins pots the next red, it's frame over, of course.
Not sure whether John played to push the black there to the side cushion, sorry, the bottom cushion. Would have been in his advantage if that black was going safe.
Yeah, it's a sort of catch-22 situation here. I mean, he could roll to the red on the right-hand side of the table, but if he does that, Mark will take the opportunity to bring it in play. So what did he have in mind? I think whatever he had in mind, he's overhit this. He doesn't want this red he's just played to go in between brown and yellow. I'll have a feeling it might do. Strange type of shot, that. And Mark, having a look at this, it's tight. But I think this red goes in between brown and yellow. Unexpected half chance. So Mark Williams does get the opportunity now for a counter-attack.
.53 points behind, so gonna need all these reds.
Seven.
Could leave an angle on one of the two reds in open play by the pink spot to develop the red on the right hand side cushion. But you never know with Mark. He's a very good doubler of the ball. He doesn't like to play a lot of doubles.
14.
If he can get past the red, he could actually bring that red into play off this one.
15.
I think the most important part of this visit, and I get what you're saying, Lee, about that red, and it will be in his mind, but get back in the frame points-wise. I think that's the priority now. Don't want to risk trying to bring reds into play and lose your position on the colour.
21.
So roll this in, nice angle on the blue, those 3 reds in the balk end. The one closest to the
22.
balk cushion. It's no gimme. So precise positional play, just a stun here between green and brown. Now this is the easiest of those 3 reds in the balk end. The one below the green, I'm not certain it's available by anything but the far left corner.
28.
As I say, as always in these situations, got to keep tight control of the cue ball.
Thirty-two.
Not the angle now to get on the red that's near the balk cushion, so he's going to have to play some kind of shot for this red against the right cushion. Maybe he might leave the double.
Yeah, I think he had that in his mind, John, early on, where that red was. Usually very
37.
reliable at this type of shot.
Mark Williams, 37.
Well, it's run safe, and he's reduced his arrears to 22 points. Frame well and truly back on. And a big one, mid-session interval coming up after this. Well, Williams would love to be 2 each, as would John Higgins like to be 3-1. Can't please everybody.
It's a pretty good escape. John just had the angle to come off that. Top mark. And another snooker.
Yes, definitely. John Higgins has the edge in this safety exchange. I mean, easy to hit the red, but Mark knows he's got to get it safe. He can't leave a possible pot on for John Higgins. Come in this way. You got to be careful. Is it going to reach? Is it going to reach? Oh, touch of a surgeon. Wonderful.
possibility of spread across the top cushion, but John won't be interested in that.
John Higgins with a 22-point lead. He'd love to get a colour safe as a bit of insurance. But there isn't a safe colour. So it's once again, who wins this tactical battle? Well, that red's in the possible position, but I think the blue's blocking the path to it. It is. Just caught a glimpse of it there. So that puts John's shot here a little bit more difficult. He's got to cover the path to that red that the blue's blocking at the moment.
Yeah, that was a very good safety from Mark Williams. And has he made a mistake there? Is this red potable?
Yeah, it certainly is. I'll just be a little bit concerned. Wants to be wary. Right middle pocket. It's in the vicinity of where the cue ball's travelling after potting this red, so he'll be aware of that. Just got to be careful. Oh, and avoiding that, he's now going to go into that point. Oh! I think, honestly, if he'd have potted it, the in-off was on. I think that was what was in his mind. He hit it too thick. If he'd have hit it correctly, I think that cue ball would have found its way into the pocket.
Yeah, I think you could see that in the way Mark played that red. He knew that that cue ball was going to go close. He's been fortunate. He covered the red with the yellow and green. So John's got to be careful here.
Just having a look at the potting angle. I could understand if he takes it on because he's not guaranteed to get this safe. So why not play the pot? Goes in, you win the frame. But it didn't. It's in the balance, this frame now, isn't it? That red near the far left corner is the one you've got to guard against. Didn't play the pot there. Just making certain he covered the red to that far left corner. Wouldn't say either player has got the advantage at the moment. I don't think he hit that twice. Don't get any extra points for it. He'll be pleased with the outcome, though.
Mark needs cover. He's got the red on the pocket. Has he got the cover behind the brown?
Well, I don't think it's only the brown. I think it's the red as well. There's a gap. But not a gap that allows him to hit as much of that red over the corner that he needs to pot it. Can he force it in? Doesn't look like. No, didn't look like to me. Where's the red going? It's going over the opposite corner. Another chance for Mark Williams to steal this fourth frame. once again, you got to be a little bit careful of the middle pocket. Well, that's... Oh, not that way, surely.
1.
Well, that would have been desperately unlucky. Overcut this red purposely to avoid the in-off. Nearly got it off the yellow. But it's okay. But the yellow has gone safe. A few shots ago, all the colours were in the open.
6.
How can he get on this yellow after this red and the next colour?
Seven.
Oh, he's got a nice angle on this blue. Big shot coming up. Pot the blue off the top cushion. Left hand side. Can he hit the yellow? He does the yellow. I think it goes past the pink.
Mark Williams, 12.
But no attempt at the pot, but as he left... Oh, what's your step, Mark?
Yeah, they never used to have a step, you know, years ago.
Well, he actually fell over that step 4 times in the first round. So you think he'd know he was there by now, but...
Meanwhile, back at the table, I don't think John Higgins... Well, he can't get through to this yellow, so he's coming off the baulk cushion. Age-old story. Can you get it safe? Trying to hit it thin. Oh, and it's too thin. Wafer thin. But I think this yellow passes the green. There, it does. Wanted to hit a little bit thicker than that and knock the yellow to the side cushion. Fractions. Now then, it's going to take one heck of a shot to pot this green and get close to the brown. Heck of a shot. Well, what a wonderful shot it was. I couldn't tell you how good that was, particularly using the rest.
Yeah, he struck that really well. He's given himself a chance for the brown.
Brown, blue, pink to level.
Mark Williams, 5.
And the worst possible outcome. A sitter of a brown for John Higgins. Blue to follow. And the blue will put in 14 points in front with only 13 remaining. It gave him such a great just a great chance there, didn't Mark? But he couldn't pot the brown. And it's John Higgins will go into the first mid-session interval with a 3-1 lead. Yeah, it's a frame that could have gone either way. Mark Williams had his chance, 4 halves for his chance, but just couldn't take it in the end. And it's John Higgins who leads by 3 frames to 1.
Mark Williams to break.
Mid-session interval over. Mark Williams, and once again, poor break off. Left a pot on. Nothing worse, breaking off and leaving your opponent a not too difficult pot.
One.
And it's the second time Williams has left that same red into the same pocket.
Green ball.
Only one open red here for John, so
Four.
plans are going to be. You see Marvel's break off. Nice angle
Fine.
on the blue here. Just gone a little bit too far for the blue, so. It's going to be a much more difficult shot now. But he'll be relatively happy with that, I think. He's got a red.
8. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, he can certainly get to it. Using the extended spider.
Sorry.
I think John said, no, the extended rest.
Tried everything.
At least they can see the funny side of it. And the fact that he's asked for the extended rest makes this shot an awful lot easier. He can obviously get through to the middle of the cue ball. And in potting this red, just push through the second one. Should be nicely on the black. Well, he didn't make
9.
a great job of that, in all honesty. Maybe the potting angle wasn't as good as I thought. This black still cuts, but mighty thin.
John
And in the
Higgins now.
end, didn't play the pot. He'd rather have played a better shot than that.
Good pot from Mark Williams. Nice angle on the blue. He's already played this shot a couple of times. Needs to hit the pink, full in the face. Oh, but you've got to pot the blue.
Mark
Just
Williams
a few uncharacteristic errors here from Mark Williams. Took his eye off the pot, concentrating too much on the cannon. Not left anything easy. I suppose that's the only upside. But this red does go to the far right corner. Maybe worth a shot. I think if it was straighter, he'd definitely play it and screw back to the top cushion for the pink. So looking at the potting angle on this red to the far right corner. Now, depending where he hits the cue ball, well, he's hitting it above centre, so he's going to follow the red and play for a baulk colour. And the red's right in the heart of the pocket. What a wonderful shot.
1.
I mean, it goes without saying, you can't be a top snooker player unless you can pop balls. Both these players are masters at that. Well, there you go, you see. You believe the commentator's curse?
John Higgins 1.
I don't, but I do now.
1.
Yeah, John hasn't missed many balls this morning, but I'm disappointed with that one. Not sure if any of these reds are available. If not, you can play off the side cushion into the pack of reds. Needs this red to bounce.
3.
It's got the possibility of a couple of reds to the right centre, but I think it'll probably only be a safety shot. Try to get the white in behind the brown. How's the pace?
Mark Williams, 3.
Just another couple of rolls and John Higgins would have been in big trouble. But he can get through to the main cluster. Not the best one, though. It's in the yellow, full ball. Mark Williams catching the green. So neither player taking advantage, and worse for Mark, he's left his pot on. Now it looks almost certain that when John pots it, he's going to kiss the red just to the right to the one he's playing. Could play the cannon, hit that red full ball. They give him position on the blue. It's going to be difficult to get back up the table for, well, let's be fair, there's only yellow and green available. So I think all out, play the cannon, play for the blue.
He did. He's played it really well. I think he's got the angle to pot the blue and play for the two reds that are by the black spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, just spotted, as a legendary Ted Lowe would have said, a foreign object on the cue ball. Anyway, due care and attention with this. If he plays for the two reds that Lee mentioned, he's got to play this a little bit of pace. Got to be accurate. Made certain of the blue. And that nudge on that red, if that red passes
6.
the pink, which I think it does, that couldn't have worked out better.
Seven.
But he won't be happy with that one. Wrong side of the blue again.
Yeah, both players have been guilty of it. It was a simple shot. He should have made certain he got top side of the blue. Not quite certain what John has played for here. This top red of the three may go, but boy, this is risky if he plays the pot. after he's played it. And he's got an angle on the blue.
Yeah, that was a fabulous shot from John Higgins. No pink or black at the moment, so just got to concentrate on this blue.
$90.
This blue to go 30 points in front. It's not a straightforward run to the line. We need 3 more of these reds. 2 by the pink. Not possible.
Didn't want to be straight on that red. And he's not. He's got a nice angle. Play back down. Top side of the blue again.
$25.
Nice angle on the blue. I mean, a nice angle to play a cannon on those 2 reds near the pink, but will he risk it? He can, if he can put the red in the open and the one near the side cushion, he doesn't have to bother about those 2 reds. Don't blame him, not taking the risk.
30.
Well, he took a chance there, playing for the pink. It's not bad. And the reason I say it's not bad, obviously he's on the pink. He can't avoid the kiss on the red just below the pink. Desperately needs to be on the next red. It's not a formality. He needs to judge the reaction of the cue ball off the red just below the pink. He'll settle for that. Because just one more red required
37.
to leave Mark Williams needing the snooker. This red to go 44 points in front with just 43 remaining. So what a start this is for John Higgins. Always thought this was going to be a very close fought encounter, but for all money now, it looks like he's going to have a 3-frame advantage. Something for Mark to think about, Lee.
Yeah, it certainly is. Still early days in this match. Still in the first session of 3 sessions, but he certainly won't want to let John Higgins get too far in front. These next 3 frames are going to be very important.
And the blue going in, and there's a red adjacent to the far right corner. Means that no way back to the tail for Mark Higgins. And this is, sorry, Mark Williams. But this is a significant frame in the fact now that John Higgins cannot be behind at the end of it.
44.
8 frames this first session. He's got 4 of them. Best that Mark Williams can do. To get back to all square, which you bet your life he'd be desperate to do, because as Lee said, particularly a great champion, a winner like John Higgins, you don't want to
46.
let them get too far in front. They don't weaken, they get stronger.
$47. 52. John Higgins, 52, and a frame.
Couldn't match without the yellow. Another frame, in all honesty, could have gone either way. At the moment, just a few too many mistakes from Mark Williams. John Higgins leads 4-1.
The 6th frame, John Higgins to break. Quietly, please.
Well, one of the better break-off shots we've seen today. Good cue ball from John Higgins and possible pot to the left corner, but no path for the cue ball back to the baulk end, so too risky, you would have thought. Well, I thought it was too risky. Because he had a result.
Yeah, that would have been a difficult enough pot if Mark Williams was just rolling that in, but trying to stun around from there, very, very difficult. As you say, John, it looks like, having missed that red, looks like he's got away with it.
Yeah, I think if there was a pot on for John, he'd have played it by now. With the red in the baulk end, the safest place for the cue ball is back to this top cushion. Might take a few shots to resolve this situation.
Foul, and a miss. Mark Williams, 7.
Oh, well, it looks like he's just clipped the black there. I didn't actually see that, but let's have a look again. Yeah. Great shot. I didn't think that was going to drop, but great shot from Mark Williams. Even worse for John Higgins than hitting the black was he left the red into the centre pocket.
No. Fourteen. 15.
Well, he's gone at the angle. You know, you'd think he'd power the black in off the top cushion, cannon into them. Oh, and he found the gap perfectly. Well, if he's not on one here, he's played the perfect split.
20.
He's found that gap, which he'd have been aiming for. And first glance on nothing easy. And that's why I always say when you're going into the cluster, you always rely a little bit of luck on luck. And he's had none.
Yeah, that was very unlucky. Every shot that he's looking at, it's very, very tricky.
And of course, made more so, he's opened up the reds. If he lets his opponent in next shot, it could be very costly. So it looks like he's going to play this red to the far left corner. No,
Mark Williams,
and he
20.
tried to leave the cue ball in a position where he'd cover it, but I don't think he has. It's unfortunate there. Run of the balls didn't favour him.
One.
Yeah, he controlled that very well. Never easy to control it when the red is very close to the pocket. Controlled it nicely. Plenty of open reds here for John to play on. Put the red, get a nice angle on the colour. Down to the black end, black's in the open. So, really good chance.
Six.
Yeah, he played that very well.
11.
He hasn't got the angle to run through for the black. Well, you can see he has. So,
12.
black available in the both pockets. Plenty of open reds. Great chance for John Higgins.
Yes, and this was the danger Mark went into him. Couldn't have played the split
90.
better. Unlucky not to be on anything. And then decided to play that
20.
very difficult pot into the corner. Hoping if he missed it, he covered it. He didn't. John Higgins came to the table with, well, plenty of reds in the open. And a frame-winning chance, no doubt. And even more so now.
27.
Just 2 points behind. So those 6 reds in the middle of the table. High colours with those reds. You wouldn't need the 2 reds on either side of the table. Not that the one on the left-hand side is that difficult. He'll be disappointed if he doesn't convert this.
$28. Frame 10. Mark Williams to break.
Good evening, Seaman. Good evening, everybody. Yes, the second session of this 3-session match. And if we see anything like the standard of play that we saw this morning, we're in for a treat. Always a pleasure to be joined by 7 times champion of the world, Stephen Hendry. Always amazes me when I see them, but the two of them going head-to-head to this class of 92, it's always going to be a treat and moments to be treasured.
Oh, well, exactly. I mean, they're obviously nearer the end of their career than the start, so how many times are we going to get the chance to watch them play here at the Crucible in a multi-session match? Yeah, the reason I call the second session moving day, it's like a major golf championship. On the Saturday, the players trying to get themselves into position to win in the final round. And it's the same with this middle session. You'd love to go into tomorrow with a nice lead. To make it easier to get into that semi-final.
4.
Just didn't get into the cue ball enough there. There was nothing wrong with the pace of the shot, but he just didn't get in. He wanted to be straight on this red. Straight. It would have been quite easy to have rolled it in, play for the black in the opposite corner. It's not that straightforward now. Understandable first shot of a session. Just getting the cue arm going. But he could have played the positional shot better than this. That was the problem. Didn't have the natural potting angle to avoid that kiss. Just have to play a safety now.
John Higgins, 5.
Quite a clever cue ball from John Higgins. I know you would say, well, he's not snooker Mark Williams, but that was the object, because he wants Mark to play off the bunch of reds here. He doesn't want him just coming off the side cushion, which Mark could still do, and rest into the pack. He wants him to play a shot to possibly put a red over the right corner pocket if he catches these a little bit thick. Decent return for Mark Williams, hasn't left the pot on. John Higgins can now play this red with a little bit of run inside, catch it about quarter ball, come round the angles, hopefully behind green and brown.
Just as Stephen said, and he's got the cover with the brown. Probably not too much danger to nestle into the side of the cluster. It's just one of those, you just got to be a little bit careful. You don't overhit it. Good line. Nice touch. I'm not certain that is completely safe. Well, it probably is. If the black was available, John may play this red to the right middle, but no value with the black not being in a potable position. So a typical first frame of a session. Only one chance so far, and that went to John Higgins. Couldn't make the most of it. Mark will be desperate to win this tactical battle. Seems he can just get by the pink to the edge of this red. Now he needs to miss the green and brown. Well, he kissed it. but the red he left near the corner, as you can see, is covered. So no harm done. Well, that was a little bit careless of John Higgins to leave this red. Nicely put away. And that's the one thing, Stephen, isn't it, with Mark? He's such a good potter. He really puts pressure on every safety shot you play, doesn't he?
Yeah, there's an absolutely horrendously big bounce off the cushion there. The cue ball comes off the cushion at least twice as fast as it went on, and he's ruined his position. He was perfect, or going to be perfect, on a red to right corner. And then you can see, yep, a little sarcastic thumbs up. Nothing to do with him, that loss of position.
Mark Williams, 6.
So both players have been in with a hand on the table. For whatever reason, not made the most of it. But once again, typical of a first frame of a session. Both desperate to get off to a good start. Excellent length. This is going over the corner, needs cover. Not got cover. So John Higgins' second opportunity. Once again, the black's not available. It's in the open, but it won't go to the right corner. Well, I'm sure it won't. And if the pink's not available, trying to get up to the blue is not that easy. Yeah, it was always difficult to try and stun around the back of the black. Good effort, but no good.
Brown ball. John Higgins 1.
Going to be a little bit careful here. Looks like he's sending the red towards the left half of the table. Played it with an extra bit of pace to take it towards the pocket and back again, and that was a helpful little kiss on the brown. Once again, though, Mark leaving a red near the corner pocket as he got cover. I think there's just enough of that red for John to pot it. Tight. Problem is, if he doesn't take it on, he can't afford to leave it there. But I think he can just get through to this. Good cueing needed. Yeah, it was a good pot, but just hit the red a little bit too full. He could have hit it into the right half of the pocket as we looked, and then the cue ball would have come away from the side cushion and avoided kissing that red. There was another chance, but I don't think he's going to get any more unless he takes on a very risky black, and I can't see that being in the order of the day. This decision, of course, though. Sometimes you get down on the shot and you just fancy it. Pure and simple.
John Higgins 1.
The red that's to the left of the black spot. It's quite easy to come off the left side of that and go back to bolt, but the red will be going towards the red that's on the cushion behind the black spot, and that would send that towards the right corner. That's why Mark is not playing the straightforward safety here. You would think somewhere behind the green. John Higgins will be aiming here. Playing off this red, I suppose the only thing you get the wary of is it enough into the green pocket. That's what you're pretty much guaranteed in this match between these two. Is you very rarely see a poor safety shot.
Well, if he's trying to get back to balk, he's got to catch this oh so thin. Now he's going off.
John Higgins 4.
And with the ball in hand, John Higgins will have a pot to go at. So it's Mark Williams in this first frame making the mistakes. John, so far, hasn't been able to punish him.
One.
Three reds available to the right corner, so let's bring the cue ball towards the black. Hopefully not going behind it. Oh, again, very similar to the green he played at the start of the frame. Didn't get into the cue ball.
Three.
Don't know whether he was wary of maybe going behind the black and that sort of put him off in the shot, but that's another premature end to score and visit for John Higgins.
John Higgins, three.
So three decent chances in this opening frame, and not really a lot to show for it. Where's the cue ball going?
One.
Signature Mark Williams pot. Never overhits anything, it seems. Just plays at the right pace. You'll hear the sound of Mark Williams' tip on his cue in this shot. Plays with an extremely hard tip. You'll see when John Higgins plays a shot, the sound is more muffled when he hits the cue ball because the tip is a lot softer.
Seven.
Nicely judged. I mean, those reds are situated in just a way. If you could get the pattern right, pot the blue, play for the red that's left of the pink, pot that red, get on the black, and then as you pot one red, it release others. But it calls for precise positional play. Deciding which is the best way to go. Didn't want to go for the precise position, so he played that cannon and it couldn't have worked out better. Caught the red, absolutely perfect.
He's always had beautiful touch, Mark Williams. Them little shots, that blue, the cannon. You would never describe him as a power player. Always relies on, as I say, his touch and feel on the table.
20.
He's not happy with that last shot, though. It's red. It is missable. But again, he'll give it, the speed he's going to play it at, he'll give it every chance to drop. Good chance, this, for Williams. He's 5-1 behind. This morning's session, won the last two frames and a chance to keep up that momentum. All these top players will are all capable of winning bunches of frames in a row. That's what you try to do in these long matches. Though he's come a little bit straight on the blue, but I think he has got enough angle. The red at the bottom of the 4 is available to right corner. In a 3-session match, both players will have their
34.
time. As I say, whether they will win 2, 3, 4 frames in a row. It's about keeping that momentum as long as possible.
This black to go 34 points in front. Red, cover red, would get him to snooker as required.
42.
John Higgins will be a little bit disappointed this frame if he does lose it. He had 3
43.
good chances, just never had control of the cue ball and didn't score from those opportunities. So this black and 1 more red. And you can give the frame to Mark Williams.
50. 51.
Feels he got a heavy contact there. Looking accusingly at the red, but at least it went in. The score, 43 points in front, 35 remaining. At the moment, 2 snookers required, so don't bother about cannoning the red. Just make certain the black keep John Higgins in his seat. Well, he did play the cannon, so that shows you the confidence he's playing with. This has been an excellent
58.
constructed break from Mark.
59.
He came in here this evening, 2 frames adrift, and whenever you are behind, you're sort of thinking, well, I've got to win the next session, even if it's only just to get level. So this is just the starting in at this first frame.
Yeah, by and large, his cue ball's been immaculate.
67. $70. $74. $79.
The old famous Mark Williams underarm. And he got it. No 100, but this has been a beautifully constructed break from Mark. John Higgins had 3 good chances early on in the frame. He didn't make them count. Mark Williams had 2. He's reduced his arrears now to 1.
The 10th frame. John Higgins to break.
Tatiana Wollaston tells you what it is. 10th frame. John Higgins to break. Not the best break off. Left a pot on to this left corner. We had that a few times this morning from both players. Not very good break-off shots. And it's a dangerous thing if you leave your opponent, particularly a potter like Mark Williams, a half-ball pot like this. I don't know whether he tried to, I would assume he tried to run around the back of the black, inadvertently caught the red, but it gives him a shot at the pink.
Thank you. 7. Eight.
Never easy when you're under the cushion, and the potting angle of this, I think you'd be wary of playing with any pace. The in-off could be on in the left corner. Oh, he's playing it. Oh, he did avoid the in-off. Cued that really well. Never easy, as I say, under the cushion.
13.
And playing it at that pace, just widen the angle somewhat.
Mark Williams, 13.
There's a couple of shots in this match he's missed like that. And what I can only assume, Stephen, you put in what we used to call help inside, and a bit of left-hand side, you hit it too hard, it pushes into it, and he caught the red too thick. Did that this morning.
Yeah, there's also a little bit of a quicker delivery, looked to me. Sure, Lee Walker, his coach, will be keeping an eye on that, but didn't seem to finish the backswing and sort of shoved the cue at the ball.
One.
Well, managed to make that plant, so that misread from Mark could be very costly now.
Five. Six.
Couple of loose reds. What would you think, Stephen? Go into them?
Yeah, I think for well, one reason, to try and bring the pink into play. It's a big
Bravo.
target. You want to avoid the loose red, the red that's just to the left of the pack. You don't want to hit that one. Yeah, he played it very, very well, and he's unlucky because he did miss the red that was apart from the pack.
10.
And he hasn't really released a pink either, but played this. I mean, if you're being ultra critical, you'd say he wanted to hit the red that was to the left, the one he made contact with. But that has been, yeah, very, very hard on John because he played the shot very well. This red still pots, but just the cue ball is running wild. Might have to go in and out of bulk. Yeah, good shot.
11.
Could have done without the kiss on the brown, but I think he's still got a shot at the yellow. Similar shot on the green. It depends which way he sees it. Because it's a thin contact. If he plays the green, you feel the cue ball is going to finish up on the left-hand side of the table. If he plays the yellow, he's going to finish up on the right-hand side. So which red is the one to play for?
Thirty.
Just overrun it slightly. Still got this red to the left corner, but the potting angle is just taking him into other reds. don't know whether it's possible in playing this. I was asking for the cue ball to be clean. Sometimes when they brush an eye on the table, you get a little bit of fluff and a bit of static. Just picks it up. It's more off-putting than anything else if it catches your eye when you're down to play the shot. Just wondering here, it pots this red. Cannon's the one just to the left of the pink. Can he get on the pink? I'm surprised he played it that hard, but maybe he thought he couldn't get on the pink. But it looks that he may not have left anything. Certainly nothing easy, which is a result.
Yeah, but just tonight, the chances that John has had is 5-1 ahead, now 5-4. You'd be a little bit concerned if you're a John Higgins supporter, I think. He's kind of stalled in this match after having that nice lead. Well, those are, look, well, pretty dead set to the pocket, but there's a bit of space between these two reds, and the angle marks coming at them. Difficult to hit it in the right place. Could play the cue ball up to the baulk cushion and not leave the red that's beside the yellow. He's even low, so he's stunning the cue ball. Suppose he knew the red couldn't pass the yellow, but he doesn't want that cue ball to go into the baulk area. He'll leave the red onto left middle. Bit careless.
Here's a chance for John. Tricky these, don't get me wrong, but it is a chance. And if he can knock it in, maybe play a little cannon just to knock the yellow towards the corner pocket.
One.
He's got it. Now, he had 3 good chances in the first frame. Didn't make them count. Just feel for his own self-confidence. He needs to make the most of this opportunity.
Can you please stay still when players cue in your way, okay?
You'll settle for that.
3. Four.
Has he just got there? I think he has. I think he's just got enough angle to pot the blue and automatically come down on the reds. The red he's looking at now, the one on the extreme left of the table, if he could get rid of that, it'll make life that much easier in trying to make this a frame-winning contribution. Has he got the angle? That'll do nicely. Key red to get out of the way, this.
9.
Straight, but is he going to play for the pink? He
10.
obviously thinks he can get through to the pink. Well, that's a bonus. Now, just mind your work here. When you pot in the pink, you're going to nudge into other reds. If he gets on another red, surely, frame at his mercy. That'll do nicely, thank you.
16.
And particularly if the pink goes into the left corner.
17.
There's the gap.
$23. 24.
Won't need that red that's by the black near the right-hand side cushion. Pots this pink, goes 30 points in front. 3 more reds required. This was a nice red to get out of the way. It makes the one just below it available. Looks a formality, but take
30.
nothing for granted.
$31.
John Higgins will be relieved to have stopped the Mark Williams revival. Stopped the Mark Williams
37.
momentum in this match.
$38.
So this pink, one more red, we'll get into snookers required. But he knows the importance now. Pot the pink, get the next 2 reds in the open with colours. And that will keep Mark Williams in his seat. Most annoying thing for a lot of snooker players is when you're at the point where
44.
your opponent needs a couple of snookers, the last thing you want is to give him an opportunity or an incentive to come back to the table. So full concentration on these 2 reds in the open.
$45. $50. $51. John Higgins, 57, and a franc.
Not too bothered about the red. So he took his chance there, and he'll be feeling an awful lot better. Got his 2-frame advantage. 6-4.
Frame 11, Mark Williams to break.
he could leave was the one he was playing, but he's been fortunate. He's not left the red. Well, John is just in time to see that lovely pot. This cue ball needs to come back out of the baulk end. Yeah, lovely pot. Well, he's looking at something here. I mean, to play the brown in the middle, it's tough.
Blue ball.
Wow, he's playing the blue. Big shot this, Stephen.
Yeah, it was an aggressive
John Higgins, one.
shot choice. But it's a shot that I know John practices a lot, and he probably would have expected to get it with hand on the table. It's also the kind of shot, if you sort of refuse that or don't take that on, it sends a little message to your opponent that, you know, maybe you don't fancy these shots. You're not backing yourself to pot the big shot.
Yeah, I suppose John Higgins has come into this match. Practice has gone well. He's playing well. He's played very well so far in this tournament. And you're not going to just get away with cherry picking or refusing shots and waiting for your opponent to make mistakes at this level of the game, because you could be waiting a long time. So sometimes you've got to push the boat out a little bit, make things happen. He tried it then. Well, that was
Mark Williams, 3.
anything but smooth, I would describe that as.
Yeah, I think if Mark Williams has a weakness, and it's not even a big weakness, it's maybe he's not got the cue power or likes the power shots like a lot of the other players. They say he relies on his excellent touch and floating shots in. Kind of threw himself at that one a little bit. John Higgins would have liked to have covered the pack of reds here for Mark Williams' safety shot. For someone of his ability, that behind that yellow and blue, and indeed the brown, it's quite a big target. Just got to be careful you don't send reds to that right corner pocket. Oh, he's got them far too thin. That's a bad shot for someone of Mark Williams' ability.
Yes, and he looked up to the heavens. He knows that if John Higgins can knock this red in, got to play the one to the right corner, you pot it, you're bound to be on the black in the opposite corner. It's a big chance if he can knock this in. Well played.
One.
Beautifully played.
Yeah, played this with drag. So halfway from the cue ball's journey to the red, it's got backspin. Then the second half, it turns into topspin. But it means you can hit it more positively. If you just played that topspin, hitting it slowly, it'd have been a much harder pot.
8.
Surely he's on the red. Well, I'm looking at John. He's not on this red to left corner. That's incredible.
Oh, it's unbelievable. No, he's not on it. He's not on it. I mean, the red to the right of the cue ball, I'm no doubt he played to cannon that one, but to find the gap between them and come touching on nothing, well, that's... Nobody could have foreseen that.
John Higgins, 8.
Had to bite the bullet and play a safety. And fair play, it's a decent one. He'll be so disappointed, but all his experience, he knows that these little nudges and things that go wrong, it's just part of the game. You've got to accept them, put them out of your mind and look forward. Well, that was a bit of a wide. But not left anything, well, anything that would tempt John Higgins, I don't think. There's red there that go in the left middle, but the black's not available. The pink's tied up. No value, so just clearing the black here and bringing the cue ball back to this top cushion. And with that red in the balk end, might take a few shots to resolve this situation. Well, another big shot to take on. Thought the only red he could leave was the one he's played. I think this is a bit too thin for John Higgins to play, but he can certainly put Mark in trouble. Covering all the reds with the yellow and blue.
He'd like to block Mark from, if he is playing a snooker, not coming down the left side, because the 4 reds below the pink are quite a big target. Well, is there a gap between blue and brown to pot this red? Not quite.
For once, there isn't.
Yeah, there's usually always a gap, JB.
There's always a gap. What's the line like? It's a good line. It's a bit weighty, but it's okay.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I mean, he's never going to have Mark in danger playing that shot.
Touching ball.
But there's not a lot else what he could do, is he, really? Just the situation. I mean, it was imperative to get it safe. John's had a bit of a bonus here that it's been declared touching ball. So he's got a free run to the baulk end.
Anyway, once again, I'd like Mark Williams to see the reds here from the safety shot, from just an awkward position, tight in the baulk cushion. Sometimes in the jaws of the corner pockets is a good place as well. I mean, he's tried to get in behind the green, but he's quite a long way short. So, again, for someone of John's ability, that wasn't a good safety shot. Could be in trouble himself here if Mark gets this right.
Where's the cue ball going?
Foul. John Higgins 4.
Again, caught it much too thin.
If John can place it in the D, in between the yellow and blue, I think he might just be able to have a shot at this red to the right corner and have a free line for the cue ball to get on the black. Yeah, he'd be a little bit disappointed that. It was a little bit off-putting that he was queuing in between the yellow and blue, but had a sneaky fancy for him to pot that. Now then, Mark spotted a red that pots. I know there's one to the left middle, but I don't see how he gets position, but is there a cut to the left corner? I think there must be. He's played the double. Do you know, in this championship, Stephen, I've never seen as many doubles played ever. I used to shy away from them because if they didn't go in and you didn't know what jaw they were going to, you didn't know where the object ball was going to go. They're double mad at the moment. Well, John's eyeing up this red to the right middle. He's just looking to see if he leaves the cue ball in a certain area, the only red he can leave is the one he's playing. He's got to, oh, no, he spotted something else, has he? Oh, he didn't fancy it in the end. Don't blame him. Where's the cue ball going?
Foul. Mark Williams 4.
And what he played there was just basically to cover the red in the baulk end. So lucky to go it off the green, but he didn't hit it very well. So John had numerous occasions when he could have put Mark Williams in a lot of trouble. Now he's gone in off, the roles are reversed. Advantage Mark Williams. Big shot. Great pot. I think he's just about on the blue. What will annoy him is the black's tied up. So he'll need that blue on the spot quickly. Yeah. It's just that red. If it wasn't for the red, he could get down in the perfect position, but he's wary of it. It's off-putting. Now, what does he think? Get an extension on the cue. Obviously, the way he's trying to play it, he doesn't want to get the rest out. And because of that red making it awkward, he's playing safe. Big shout, this, for me. After potting that red as he did, it took a lot of courage to play safe. Control. But I'd have found it difficult myself, Stephen.
Yeah, I don't know whether his decision... I agree, I would have played the pot myself, but I don't know whether his decision's swayed by the fact that black's not in the open. And even if he potted it, then maybe didn't have a chance to get on a colour after the next red.
Yeah, I was just saying the self-discipline he showed, really. I mean, I'd never question anything that Mark Williams did. He's one of the cleverest players I think I've ever seen. Some of the shots he picks out. As I say, showing a lot of self-control not to take that on.
And he always tells me he's the best rest player in the world.
Yeah, well, ask him why didn't he play the blue then?
I will, don't worry. He's played a couple of decent safety shots, though. John Higgins in a bit of trouble here. Similar shot, still got this escape. Which, okay, he's not going to leave anything pot-wise for Mark Williams, but he's just not got control of the situation. Mark Williams has got the advantage in this exchange. He can play the positive shots. John Higgins has only got containing defensive safety shots at the moment. Maybe tempted to play this pot, Mark Williams. Red to left corner and take the cue ball up the table. The speed he's playing at, the red will come away from the pocket should he miss.
Well, the fact that he played it, I thought he might have tried to get a bit further down the table. There's a couple of pots on for John, and there's one in particular. The one on the right-hand side of the table as we look is basically a thin cut. It goes to this corner. Or maybe it doesn't. He's deciding to play another one. But the middle one, the one in the middle of the table, obviously you can get... At the moment, both players just having a little touch of the nailies. Yeah, good shot. That was the one that I was thinking John Higgins should have played before, but he obviously, until he removed the red he went for, that wasn't on. He's not on a colour. No prizes for guessing what happens next.
Mark Williams, what?
Now then, you always think of a red you can lay on here. There's two reds either side of the black. How do you get there? If you could come off side cushion, top cushion, nestle into one of them, you'd get it safe. Can you get there? Obviously doesn't feel he's got the angle to play that shot. So playing an alternative. Just needs to nestle on the red. It's it, but he didn't nestle on it. So he's left a pot on for Mark. How useful it is, I don't know. It depends on how straight this red to the right middle is.
Well, it's obviously got the right angle. So I'm going to say he may play the red to the green pocket instead, but he obviously feels that he can get on a colour from this red, and he has done. I'd love to be on the pink. That's a great shot. The obvious reason he'd love to be in the pinks because the black's out of commission, so getting the pink back down this end of the table. Okay, it's only available to left corner, right middle. But it's a lot better than having to go up the table all the time. The other end of the table with a cue ball.
Eight.
Not sure where they played the cannon on the red there, but he will take it.
Yeah, you'd doubt it, wouldn't you? Because once he's going towards the red, it depends on the pace. He could have nestled up to it. Anyway, as you say, he'll take it, and it's worked out perfect.
Good chance this, actually, now that he's got the pink in the open. Won't even be thinking about bringing the black into play. There's enough reds to win with pinks here.
Yeah, that pink takes him 17 points in the lead. Well,
21.
he's going to need 5 of these remaining reds. And he
22.
won't need the 2 reds either side of the black. So as Stephen said, it's not a bad opportunity, this. Big frame. Get within 1 again, with 1 more frame to play before the mid-session interval.
28.
And one thing that makes it a good chance as well is the 3 reds that are left side of the table, Mark being a left-hander.
29.
Makes them even easier to play or get position on. And he's just landed a cue ball in air where he's not
35.
perfect on any of these 2 reds. He's got a choice of them both. As I said earlier, the fact he's left-handed makes this shot the preferable one.
36. Forty-two. 43.
A little grimace to himself there. Wanted to be just a little bit straighter on this pink. Can't really get close to this red on the cushion. You want to be, well, literally a foot away from it, really.
49.
It's frame ball as well.
Yes, no colour required. So he can afford to just drop it in dead weight, give it every chance. Yes, and he has done.
John Higgins will come back to the table regardless of whether Mark pots this pink or not. Just for the situation of the balls. Oh, he was on the way. He was on the walk, Mark. He thought he'd potted that.
So the state of play, Mark Williams, 46 points in front. Just 43 remaining. And as Stephen said, couldn't be a more inviting table for snookers. Surely there's not a gap. There's always a gap. Amazing. Unbelievable.
I'm not going to lie, JV. This is the best gap I've ever seen.
Yeah. Me too. Dreamlike for Mark Williams. Needs to miss the green. Missed an opportunity there. I mean, that yellow and blue are still in that good position, but John Higgins missed an opportunity there. Of course, that yellow and blue are also there for Mark, should he decide to try and get a snooker. That's a clever shot. Even got a little ripple of applause there. Just a ripple. Needs to get this red safe, and he hasn't. If you want a snooker, the priority, obviously you're trying to get the snooker, you must get the object ball safe to keep your hopes alive, and Mark Williams building up for this. This for the frame. Got it.
One.
There's going to be a big last frame coming up before the mid-session interval. And that pink going in will just keep John Higgins in his seat. When Mark Williams came into this second session, trailing by 2 frames, 5 frames to 3.
Mark Williams, 7.
His goal would have been win 3 of the 4 frames before the mid-session interval. Well, he's won 2 of them. So John Higgins is 1, and that's why he's just 1 behind. 6-5.
Thank you, frame 12. John Higgins to break.
Not a great length with the cue ball, but not a bad break-off shot. I mean, there is a red on the left-hand side of the table. It's a straight pot. I don't think it's the type of shot that Mark would want to take on, because if you miss it, you could leave your opponent in. Don't mind playing it when they're half balls and you have a line back to the balk end, but as you can see, can't be much straighter. Oh, found an angle. Very fully committed play for the black water pot, that was.
Yeah, that was a stunning pot from Mark Williams.
8.
And the black wasn't a picnic either, but it's the kind of shot that he finds very easy. Players don't like those shots where you're kind of just floating the black in and letting the cue ball sort of run. It's a shot that he doesn't mind playing at all.
Yeah, the John Higgins break-off shot just
16.
bounced a little bit off the baulk cushion. If it had found the baulk cushion, been tight to it, that pot that Mark took on wouldn't have been there.
17.
But take nothing away from the accuracy of it and the positional side of it. And as we're saying, big frame came in this evening, 2 frames behind. He'd love to go at the mid-session interval all square.
Is he going into the bunch here? No. Ooh, just wanted a little cannon on that red that just went past.
24.
He knew he was always going to have an alternative. It's 3 reds, 3 blacks. We'll probably be playing for the black here. You won't be thinking
25.
of 1-4-7s at the moment, Mark Williams. He knows he's in the huge match against a very, very tough opponent. So it's about winning frames.
Yes, and he's already got a Crucible 147 on his CV. Not much he hasn't got on his CV. Running through the gap, this looks nice. Nicely played, played to an area, played it perfectly. Well, if he was to win the frame at this, Stephen, it just shows you what snooker's all about. I mean, John Higgins just overhit his break-off shot by about 3 or 4 inches. But the pot that followed, what can you do?
Yeah, it's the kind of pot that sometimes you want your opponent to take on. It's so difficult to play it that way.
39. No,
there's been a pretty signature Mark Williams break at the moment. He's not at any stage looked to get into the pack to open them up. He's picking off all the loose reds, of which he's only got, looks like, to have 1 more. It's okay.
47.
Yeah, another foot would have been better, but as long as you can control the cue ball,
48.
he hasn't. And just when he needed a good angle on the colour, he hasn't got one.
And you know, plain and simple is the problem with leaving it to the last minute when there's no more loose reds to go into the pack. He's going to have to play, wow, a worldie here to get into them. Very difficult. I notice the way he plays, and indeed a lot of the players play now. They tend to just, they don't want to go into the pack too early in
51.
case they maybe pot a red off the split or the split doesn't come out. It's almost like a risk-free way of break building, but it's cost him in the respect of not winning the frame in one visit.
Mark Williams, 51.
That excellent safety shot.
Yeah, he's got a 51-point lead. But you do feel that if John Higgins was to win this safety exchange and pot the next red, it's not insurmountable, that lead. There's only 1 safe red, that's the one near the left-hand side cushion. But first and foremost, he's got to win this safety exchange. Needs that cue ball to get tight to the baulk cushion. He's only just reached the baulk line. So a chance for Mark Williams. Red to the left corner. There's a path round the back of the black. If he knocks it in, surely. It's a frame winner. Needs to stop short to the ball line. And has done. Nicely on the yellow. So, Stevens, from Mark's point of view, mission accomplished.
Yeah, he's been by far the stronger player in this session tonight. Also think he's looked more positive of the two players in terms of shot choice.
Yeah, I go back to the last frame when John played that difficult blue into the top. It was like he was trying to just
11.
impose himself on the match. It didn't go in. It was a good sign to see, but yeah, it's been Mark Williams who looks to
12.
be scoring better, which is the most important thing.
Yeah, if you're 5-3 behind, you would be coming out sort of thinking, can I win 3 out of the first 4 frames? I don't think Mark
90.
Williams thinks that. I don't think he thinks of targets. I think he just plays. I think he puts a lot of importance on anything, really.
20.
Just goes out and plays frame by frame and sees where it takes him. Now, this has been... Well, he doesn't really want the interval now because he's getting stronger and stronger.
27. 28.
Yeah, and I'm certain that John Higgins will come out after the interval. Now his leader's gone. He realises that he's got to up his game. We all know he can certainly do
35.
that. So an interesting
36.
juncture of this match.
But I think it's as we all expect, isn't it? It's very hard fought. Nothing now to choose between the two players, the two legends.
Yeah, and if you go back the last 3 times they played at the Crucible, and that 2018 final where Mark beat John 18-16,
44.
he's just had the edge in this wonderful theatre. And as I say, we know what a competitor John Higgins is, and I fully expect him to come out after the interval now
51.
with maybe a slightly different mindset. I'm not saying you do it on purpose, but sometimes you got a 2-frame advantage. You think, well, look, the worst way if I draw this session 4-all, I'll keep my 2-frame going into that very important final session tomorrow.
57.
I don't think you stall, but you just slightly
59.
think, well, maybe I shouldn't take too many risks. Anyway, now we're back to all square. Be a different mindset, I'm sure.
62.
Well, he's not on the brown. Sure, John Higgins, if he caught his eye, would say that's enough, but Mark wants to treat us to a bit of an exhibition shot on the brown. Well, that'll do. John Higgins started the evening 2 frames in front. That lead is no longer there. Mid-session interval. John Higgins 6, Mark Williams 6.
Thank you. Take your seats quickly. Frame 13. Mark Williams to break.
Yeah, big 4 frames coming up now. Okay, the 2-frame advantage is gone, but the match is still all square. Well, he's played to the top cushion. I'm just wondering if the outside red of that cluster was available to the right middle. Obviously not. Didn't give it a second glance. This red needs to run. It needs to run. Oh, he's left it. That was careless. There you can see the disappointment, frustration.
One.
Just got enough angle to force off the top cushion.
He'd like to finish low in this red, to the right corner. It's at the back of the bunch. Maybe he's gone too far.
8.
Well, he can still bring maybe another 1 or 2 reds into play when playing this shot. Screwing up right-hand side. Screw up for the blue here. Well, he'll be happy with that.
Yeah, whenever you get close to the object ball, you need the perfect angle. And he's got it.
Well, it's a beautiful target to go into the main bunch. He just wants to miss. The red that's just above the bunch, he doesn't want to hit that. Just wants to miss that on the left-hand side as we look and catch the main bunch. The whole championship, he's done this a lot. He's got down to the shot, he's got back up. There's cueing. Yeah, he's cueing with the bridge hand so close. He's played for the loose red, and that, well, so it's just very clumsy. It's just a bad shot from John. The right shot was going into the bunch.
Yeah, I agree, particularly with the pink being there. The pink is half blocking if he goes on the right-hand side of the table for the blue in the left middle. I think he's playing up for a baulk colour, is he? Trying to
15.
get a good angle on yellow or brown. It needs to stop. Just about. So it's pot the yellow. I don't think there's a single red he can play for. Side cushion, top cushion, and into the back of the cluster. But don't take your eyes off the pot.
Yeah, he's just got the distraction, the direction where he's aiming. Obviously the table. Table 1 is at the interval. People leaving the arena.
Yeah, this is where your experience comes into it. It's a big shot, this. Playing the yellow with this amount of pace, he's got to be so accurate with the pot. Yeah, not for the first time this evening. When he's played one of those stun shots,
7.
he's not really got into it as much as he should have done. I doubt he'll take this one on. I think we both agree, Stephen. Missed a trick there.
John Higgins, 17.
Yeah, I can't believe he didn't go into them off the blue. The first blue ended up, it looked like a perfect angle. Okay, the cue ball and object ball were quite close together, but I thought it was a great chance and a big target to hit. Lining up to play this red to right corner, stun across for the black. I think the only red he could possibly leave is the one he's playing. But so often that happens. That doesn't give you a confidence. That was a complete mishit. Missed the red by a mile. Cue ball was nowhere for the next colour.
And while we were looking at John's face, Mark couldn't do anything but just roll into the reds. But fair play to both players. I mean, we see so many times, don't we, ball in the ball ken like this, and players just tip-tapping about. Neither of these players want to get involved in that type of frame. There is a possible chance for Mark to play off the reds and stun back to the top cushion, but he doesn't want to open the balls up. But that shot will force John Higgins to play a more attacking safety. Just checking the pack. Doesn't want to knock anything towards the right corner. I mean, his last long pot was way off the mark. Needs to catch this red just right. Too thin. Is the yellow going to come to his rescue? Not quite. Well, the red closest to the right corner is the one he'd like to play. Can he get past the yellow to play that? Maybe with just a little trace of right-hand side, he could bend it slightly. He's taking it on. Well, in the end, he decided not to. Just played the containing safety. I'm just getting the feeling as this session has evolved that Mark Williams feels that if he just keeps it tight, he's going to get chances. And it's a good feeling. You have to push the bolt out. You feel as though eventually, if you're patient, you'll get an opportunity. He's left John Higgins a couple of long pots, which he's not got really that close to, so he's full of confidence, I think, Mark Williams, at the moment. Well, I think John Higgins may put his hand up there to apologise. I can't believe he played the pot there. I didn't see the hand up, but I'd be amazed if he played the pot.
No, there's not a chance. There's not a chance he played the pot there. I was working on the match, Chris Wakeland play a brown and a green into the middle from that position, taking the cue ball down to the reds.
John Higgins won.
There's no chance of John Higgins playing the same shot. It's left Mark. I knew he was leaving Mark a comfortable shot to get the cue ball back up to the bulk end off the left side here. But and I think where the blue, pink, and there's another red there, I think he's pretty certain that he's not going to, even if he puts a red near the right corner, he won't leave a pot on. Once he gets the cue ball in the vicinity of the green pocket.
I think it's a case of how brave do you want to be with this safety. Do you hit the red half ball, right hand side, try and find the middle of that ball cushion. That's what he played. If he misses the brown, it's going to be pretty good. Bit pacey, if you were being critical, but a good shot, a good line, nevertheless. Well, he found one, and if he stops short the ball line, he'll have a choice of green or brown. Nicely on the brown. Red spread far and wide. Good chance.
Yeah, the aggressive safety shot when you're opening the reds up can be a potent weapon, but you always run the risk if you do leave a pot on that this can happen. It was a good shot John Higgins played. But sometimes you just can't legislate for someone just potting an incredible long ball. But that's not his best positional shot ever, Mark Williams. May be able to just drop the cue ball in for the yellow to left middle here. Didn't want to be near this left side cushion though. We kind of look at those shots as almost like a pressure shot, but Mark Williams is so comfortable playing them.
The potting angle he had on the yellow was taking him away from the reds. I think he wanted to stunt a little bit further down the table, just so he could reach it. He's putting that little extension on the butt of his cue, but he'll still be at full stretch.
Nine.
Just up to perfection. Now the black was to
50.
To be able to pot. Make break building a lot easier. If it pots, he'll play for it. It doesn't go.
16.
So he's having to concentrate on the pink. That pink now takes him 4 points into the lead.
22. $23.
No need to play any cannons with the reds are under black. Once he pots the 1-2 away from the black to the left corner, it releases the red that's touching the black to the right
29.
corner. So as long as he keeps good control of the cue ball,
30.
this is a very, very good chance. Okay, the red in the right cushion for a left-hander is not ideal.
Yeah, but if he follows the route that you're suggesting, Stephen, with good control, he won't need that red.
36.
The frame will be over before then. But he's
37.
under-hit that. I'd like to have had a better angle on this pink. Still well within potting range, but straighter would have been easier. Now he's going to have to use the rest.
43.
And
Mark
it caused him
Williams,
to miss.
43.
John Higgins out of his seat very quickly. And this red that Mark has just missed has not run safe. It's a thin clip, but it's one of those you just think, it's as thin as you can, and you must pot it. Needs position on the colour, though. Oh, no, it didn't hit it anywhere near thin enough. Where's that cue ball going? Where's the cue ball going?
Foul. Mark Williams, 4.
John Higgins struggling
Quietly,
here.
please.
He's going through a bad patch. No question about it. Needs to dig in and find some reserves. Good pot.
1.
He'll be disappointed he didn't get on a colour. $30 points to lead. Still a possible 51 remaining.
Mark Williams, 1.
And that lead that Mark has gave him the luxury of putting a colour safe. Just making it doubly difficult for John Higgins, should he get the next chance.
Take your seat as quietly as possible, please.
Not good enough. This red is on. Not sure this time in playing it. He'll be trying very hard to get on a colour. He's potted
1.
it. Oh, well, it is a good kiss on the brown. That's good enough. Leaves him a shot at the yellow. But for the kiss on the brown, he'd have been on nothing. We know this red goes to the right corner. If he can get on the left-hand side of the table. How do you get there? You have to go play this yellow with pace twice across. Got to avoid the blue. Couldn't avoid the blue. Where's the blue ball going? Well, I'll tell you what, that's okay. He can knock this red. It can go in off the
3.
blue here. Oh, it's a certainty. You play the red in off the blue, right? Why is he not playing it? Well, looks a
Mark Williams,
certainty to
3.
me, Stephen.
Yeah, it's. I'm surprised he hasn't spotted that one. He doesn't miss much, if anything, on the table. I can only think that maybe we haven't got as good a view as him, and the blues maybe too close to this end of the table, but I'm like you, I think it looks a certainty.
John taking the opportunity, and if he's covered that red near the right-hand side cushion, that is excellent. But the bottom line is that Mark Williams has potted the last 2 reds and only got 4 points for it. John Higgins still well and truly in this frame. I mean, you sort of referred to it before. Has there ever been a better roller of the ball? Don't get me wrong, some of the snooker clubs in Salford, you couldn't play a ball like that. You wouldn't hit the... it'd been thrown offline by the time it got there. This red needs to travel. The only upside for John Higgins is this cue ball being close to side cushion. Doesn't make this easy.
I mean, people used to call him out. I don't really, still don't know what it meant. It's the best single ball potter the game's ever seen, but I can only presume it's something to do with that. I mean, there's at least three pots in this frame where he's just had to get the pot, because if you miss it, you leave your opponent in, and he's got every one.
Yeah, I think Ray Reardon was very similar. He was the type of guy that could play a pot and always, if you like, pull a pot out from nowhere, and if he missed it, it was amazing how many times he didn't leave anything. I mean, it was just... in other words, you're not playing for a colour. He didn't have to play for one then because the blue was over the middle. Well, John Higgins in big trouble here. I mean, he needs a snooker himself now. 39 points behind, just 35 remaining.
Foul.
And that will be another frame that is gone. No miss can be called because we're in the snooker's required stage, but the difference is now 43 with 35 remaining, 2 4-point snookers to tie, and this red cuts in. Not quite.
The worrying statistic for John is from being 5-1 ahead, he's lost 6 of the last 6-7 frames, and that's not something you can really afford to let happen. Okay, he's still only be 1 frame behind, but that's really letting your grip on the match slip in a big way.
And that dots the I's, crosses the T's. Yes, and the fact is, if he wasn't getting any chances, then it's forgivable. But those missed opportunities, you know, they wear away at your confidence. Doesn't matter about the pink.
Williams
John Higgins won't carry on.
Different. Puts
his screw on the table. Goes to his dressing room. Needs to get something going pretty quick. At the moment, it's all about Mark Williams. And he's now in front.
Yeah, I suppose if you're John Higgins, you've got to try and look on the positive side, and as you are still only 1 frame behind, even though, as we said, you've lost 6 frames of the last 7. Still very much in it.
No, Mark's missed, but it's the type of shot you play. I think the only red you can miss is the one you play, and that looks to be the case. Can't see a pot on for John. But I'll say it again, I said it, what a competitor John Higgins is, and if anyone can find a way to turn this session around, he's your man. Ooh, does this red find the gap between the pink and the cluster? He thinks it does. Must be tight. But it did. It's amazing. I thought Mark Williams had left it safe, and I'm certain Mark Williams did. Now, John, time to regroup and take advantage, which he's only done in one frame this evening. In frame 10, he had a break of 57. He'd love to better that here. Pink spot not available, so it's going to go out of commission. The only good thing with that sometimes, it gives you a clear run at the main bunch of reds. With the black more or less out of commission, you may be thinking of get on the blue, nice angle, and go into them. You can release the pink, you can bring the black into play. Think positive. It's one of those, I think it's the perfect angle if you were closer to the blue. He's having to force it down. And that's why he decided not to go into them. Now then, the angle he's got on this red, can he cannon into the red just to the left of the black? Doesn't think so. So, once again, looking for that good angle on the blue. Played it well. Is now the time to play the cannon. No. So I can only assume, Stephen, that the red immediately above the black, he's thinking if he can get on that at a nice angle, he can pop that and remove the red away that's to the left of the black. He's for very accurate positional play.
20.
He's struggling to do that now. Maybe forced into playing the cannon.
Yeah, very important to catch the apex red thick here. He can go in off in either corner pocket if he doesn't. And in the end, because he had a more angle on the blue than he wanted, you know, he ended up watching the cue ball rather than concentrating on the pot. Just kind of take your eye off the pot. Didn't catch the red thick at all and going into the bunch.
1.
I suppose on the upside for John, he missed the blue, but he's not gone in a good position, so blue, pink and black at the moment are not really available, so it's not the best chance for Mark. Only the baulk colours to play for.
4.
I was thinking if you want to do something aggressive to make something happen, if you got a good angle on the yellow, to come off the left side cushion, go into the reds.
5.
That would certainly bring colours into play, pink or blue. Anyway, he's not on the yellow to do that. It's not nice on this red.
8.
I think he can miss the left side of the pack and come off 2 cushions, get the cue ball back up the table. There's enough room.
Well, Well, he's had a look a couple of times to see if he can get position on the black. He needed to be very exact. And you know, he is. Well, from behind the cue ball, he doesn't like it. Maybe he can pot the black, but he's worried about position on the next red. But even to get on the black was a terrific positional shot, but I understand now why he was a bit frustrated.
60.
It'd have been perfect if he could have popped the black, and I think he had to bend it slightly with a bit of right-hand side. That's why he couldn't put any power in and maybe move the red, which we see now the other side of the black. Only a bought colour to play for off this red. Unless he was brave enough to try and pot it and run into the blue and pink. But then this pot would be very missable.
$70.
It's not getting any easier. Oh, this is a tremendous shot. Need a bit of luck. And didn't get any.
20.
Great effort.
Mark Williams, 20.
Well, that 20 break makes the frame score all square. This red just below the blue, does it cut to the left corner? It does. Might even be a guide with the blue being there. He attempted it, but didn't get the pot. We've got a good cue ball. Much too thick. That's why he's, well, I was going to say left the red, but they always look a lot easier on your screens than they are in reality, because it's just a very narrow opening for the middle pocket from where that red is. Well, only the speed kept it out. The main thing was to try and get the cue ball back to the ball cam, which he's done. But, well, I suppose it's not bad because he's not really left Mark anything. I'm not certain if this is the only red that Mark can hit. He can't play a telling safety here because he's going to, the red will run into the green and stay at that end of the table. Let's see what he thinks of here. One of the cleverest players, as we've said. He knows every trick in the book. So basically he said, I can't work it out, John. You have a go.
Let's have a look at the red that's closest to the black, to left corner. The only problem with these is if you get close to the pot and miss it, the red can often stay over the pocket. And he won't be taking the cue ball back into bulk, because then that leaves the red that's next to the green to left middle. So it's quite a dangerous shot choice, this. Hitting it that hard was going to make the pot, well, 10 times more difficult than it was, at least.
Easy safety, but you're looking for a safety that can force a mistake from your opponent. The problem with that one, the red immediately to the left of the blue. If Mark can get through to that full ball, he just get a snooker. Well, he could get the snooker behind the pink. Well, can John just get past the pink? It must be tight. Good. Slowly but surely, these 6 reds are being opened up. The one by the green is in a possible position, so the next mistake could cost you the frame. Just wide of the mark. Was expecting to get cover. And I think he has. The brown's blocking the potting angle for John. These type of situations, you just got to be patient. You've got to try and keep your concentration. I feel this is a big frame for John Higgins. Apart from the one frame he won early on in the session, he's not really got much to show for his efforts. And that can be debilitating. Remember the points in this frame, all square. They'd have to say definitely advantage Mark Williams at the moment. I can't believe he hit that as he intended there. I think he hit that a little bit forward than he wanted to. Once again, as I say, with these little pockets, you think, well, surely this will go in the middle, but it's such an acute angle. Playing it in the top pocket. Oh, what a wonderful pot. He's potted some balls tonight, Stephen.
Yeah, that was brilliant. Oh, Well, you could hear the cue
8.
drop on the floor. He cannot believe the kiss on the yellow.
That's so unlucky. No one could have envisaged that.
I'm watching Mark's reaction. You wonder, is it little things like that that might change this session? You know, if he's on the red, every chance he wins the frame, goes 8-6 up. Now that he's not on the red, will John get back into this frame, win it, and draw level at 7-7?
With his top red pots. Well, it did. So close. Now has he got cover? No, he's not got cover. So that stroke of bad luck that Mark Williams had there, does that give John Higgins a chance to string some points together? Because he's definitely struggling at the moment. But it just shows you one little bad rub of the ball for your opponent. This is a decent opportunity. He's only 8 points behind.
1.
Well, that wasn't the best cue ball from that red. I mean, at first I thought he could have held for the black with check side, but obviously didn't want to risk missing the pot. But he's a lot further from, well, whichever colour he chooses here than I think he thought he would be. Again, there's a lot of indecision. Down to the green. Now he's back up. Now looking at the blue. This is not what you want. You want to be 100% in your mind what shot you want to play, and then fully commit to it. John Higgins does get the kiss on the yellow to help him stay on this red. So it was a good
6.
shot on the end of the blue.
Not certain of the availability of the two reds close to the pink. If they're not possible, then that's a problem he's got to solve. He's going to win the frame at this visit. 2 points in arrears. Which equates to that red and
7.
the remaining 4 reds he needs to clinch the frame at this visit. I don't like this cannon. I mean, if I was suggesting anything, just hit the one on the right-hand side. If you play it with pace, you might finish on nothing. Well, we'll settle for that. That's worked out perfectly.
12.
Now, when I see he needs the 4 remaining reds, if he goes about it the right way, the 3 reds in good possible positions, he might get to a position where he only needs the red along the baulk cushion, so he wouldn't have to play it with any pace. Now he's going down for a baulk colour again. You probably need that awkward red with a colour. He's reluctant to pot the green. I can only assume that he thinks if he pots the green, he'll tie up the red that's just to the left of it. It's a bit short.
Well, he's really struggling with his cue ball. I mean, the shot previously, he was playing for the blue.
17.
Because there's no way he play for the brown going in the direction that he sent the cue ball. Yep. That was not convincing
70.
at all, that visit to the table from John Higgins.
Yeah, he's struggling tonight. There's no doubt about that. What he's got to do is now damage limitation. There's a final session tomorrow. Keep yourself close to your opponent. Tomorrow's another day. But he'll know that. He won't let his head drop.
Yeah, he's 4 times champion. He's been here enough times to know that everyone has bad sessions. If you're going to go all the way, everyone has sessions where they don't play well, and it's about getting the most out of that session. If it means the difference between being possibly 9-7 down or 10-6, that could mean everything tomorrow. Look, he could still be 9-7 up himself if he turns this round.
Yeah, absolutely.
But at the moment, you have to say that all the momentum is with Mark Williams.
And you see this red pots, and that's not a good safety shot from John, but he's not been punished. This frame still very much in the balance. And John Higgins is in front. Current pot success was quite low from John there. Started the season about 93% pot success. So he's got to dig in here. That's about the best he could do. No way he could get back to this top cushion, which is the safe area. Not quite, but no easy safety for John here. Don't think he can get past the green to the red near the top cushion. Well, he's looking to see if he can get him behind it and kick it up the table. Those two reds just beyond the yellow, not available. He's got to be careful this red doesn't run into the brown. He played it in such a way, he caught it thin. I'll tell you what, if it runs up behind the pink, couldn't have played it better. Wouldn't expect Mark Williams to give him a chance, but it just gives John a slight advantage in this vital safety battle. Missed it on the way up. Well, got it ultra thin on the way up. Got it thicker on the way back. That's why cue ball has stayed in that half of the table. Another chance for John Higgins.
One.
£10 to lead. This blue. 2 reds, 2 colours. I think you still need the yellow, which is awkward.
Six. Seven.
Yeah. Looks a bit straight on the brown. If he plays the blues, you're going to have to play it with the left-hand side. I'm sorry, the green. But I think the green is the only way you can get on this awkward last red.
Just wondering if he was playing the green, maybe tempted to move the red, but looks like he's settled on brown. Well, back round to the green again. You play it with a touch of left-hand side, you could get pretty close to getting the cannon on the red.
Oh, just a fraction off being perfect. Just caught the red a fraction too full. Now, can you judge? Send the red up the table, screw behind the yellow. Or do you think that's too risky? Make certain he's got a good cue ball. He could get the snooker. He went for it, but, well, I think he's got it. He did get right in behind it, but the yellow just bounced away from the cushion, and he's got him. 19 points of difference, Mark Williams behind. Now, I'd normally say, Stephen, you know, it's not hitting it, getting it safe. It's the foul points for the miss that are going to be important here, because this isn't an easy ball to hit. I think coming off the right-hand side cushion, the blue could possibly be in the way. This isn't straightforward.
Yeah, it's amazing the turnaround in this frame. I mean, 5 minutes ago or so, we were talking about John Higgins possibly trying to save this session. But a couple of missed pots by Mark. A couple of 2 or 3 good shots from John. And we could be all square again. With John having the chance to be in front. But yeah, you're right.
John Higgins.
JV, that blue being there. This is not an easy hit.
Yeah, John, thank you.
Yeah, you'll have to put a bit more right-hand side on than that. Oh, good readjustment. Mark has a cursory glance as he left a pot on for John. 23 points of lead. Red, blue, pink or black. But getting to snooker's required. thinks it's worth a chance. It's tricky, but if he knocks it in, you think it would win in the frame. No, now he'd be hoping for cover. He's got what he hoped for. Well, how on earth has that not dropped? Look, for all money, it hit it perfectly. Fractions favoured John Higgins there. And this black now to go 31 points in front with just 27 remaining. Won't surprise you, this is the longest frame of the match. John Higgins won't care.
8.
It was a frame he desperately needed just to stop the stem of what Mark Williams has been doing.
John Higgins 8.
Well, Mark Williams is coming out of his seat quite rightly. Just one 4-point snooker to tie.
Yeah, I was a little bit defensive of John, just to make sure the black, he could have possibly played to get on the yellow. From that was, you'd think it was an unmissable black. He's obviously very heavy favourite to win the frame. Could have played to kill it off when he was at the table there.
Can we just have a look and see if this yellow will go past the black? If it, and it does, so we'll take it on. This is the frame clincher if it goes in. This yellow's very close. And it drops. And he
Two
played
in
that
the frame,
double, I've no
John
doubt.
Higgins.
And Mark Williams says, OK, that's enough. So we can't separate them once again. All square. 7 apiece.
Quiet as possible, please. Left lane on that side. Thank you, frame 15. Mark Williams to break.
This match concludes 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Will anyone have an advantage? Will we be all square? I think no matter what the result is of this frame and the last one of this session, it's going to be all to play for tomorrow. Nice opening red from John, played with confidence.
1.
Nicely on the yellow.
Yeah, we said at the time when Mark Williams cannoned that yellow snookered himself, how important would that little bit of misfortune, how important would it be? And we hit that one well. 2 or 3 of them shots tonight. John Higgins hasn't got into the cue ball. That was played perfectly. So angle in the black needed to continue this break.
4.
The 3 reds closest to the black. If he gets into the middle one, stuns into the middle one of those 3 with power. You always got a touch of left-hand side in this, so if the cue ball comes off the cushion, it goes up the table. Which he did have, as you can see. Is it John's turn to be a little bit unlucky? The shake of the head tells me yes.
11.
Yeah, there you go. Would have been an easier, what an easy pot, and with the black available to both corners, a good chance, but frustrating. But, well, this is dangerous if he takes it on.
Quiet as possible, please. Thank you.
Well, that would be a big shot to take on.
I think the danger for me, Stephen, I don't see how he can miss running into another red, so he needs to get this. And that's done.
12.
So now, good shot required on green or brown.
Yeah, played this nicely. Played it with control. He didn't want to put deep screw because he could have got enough in the left middle pocket.
Big shot, this. Oh, good shot. I say good shot. He's just running a bit close to the side cushion, really, for comfort.
50.
And with the pink and blue out of commission, he's only got the black to play for. So he needs another good shot now. Roll this red in. Black for the opposite corner.
Well,
16.
I mean, you've said that a couple of times tonight, John. What a competitor. I mean, he struggled all night with the, I think, with the striking of the cue ball, the positional play, but all of a sudden, he's just absolutely pure in it.
Yeah, he had to dig deep, and we know that's what he can do. Give himself a good chance now. And of course, if he wins this frame, he's a chance
23.
to get or keep a 2-frame advantage going into that final session tomorrow morning.
24.
Obviously not the perfect potting angle on this black. That's why he's just given it a bit of thought. But there's 3 reds nicely available. I'm sure when he makes his decision, he won't have any problem getting on one of them. Under-hit it. I don't know whether he thought he was going to kiss that red. But he needed to bounce away from the cushion, that's a fact. Can't play on the black off this red. Might decide to play safe here. Well, he's eyeing up the pot. It's difficult, you've got to play it with pace. Missable. Well, in the end, he's just decided to make certain of the red, and now he's going to play safe. Couldn't risk playing it with any pace. So it was a good chance. And not for the first time this evening.
Green ball, thank you.
Not made the most of it.
John Higgins, 32.
Good cue ball, but shouldn't be a problem for Mark. And he'll be happy to bring this red away from the right-hand side cushion. And this looks an excellent line and a very good length. I was surprised. I was looking at that and I thought, well, if he plays the pot here, can he avoid the second red? And he didn't, and what's worse, he's brought the pink and blue into play. But he's not punished. That's a let-off. Using the extension, full stretch. I'm sure this red that's probably closest to the pink spot will pot, if nothing else. Well, can he get into this enough to play position on the black? The problem is, there's 2 reds here, as you can see, goes to this corner. He could play for the black here. The problem was the one that's almost straight. You're concerned if you screw back, you might go in off in the middle. Played it beautifully. Played it beautifully. Got a chance now. He's just a bit concerned. He's got to avoid the red that's immediately below the black. If he collides with that, he could ruin position. That's his concern. But he coped with it nicely, avoided the kiss on that red.
8.
He'd be very disappointed now if he doesn't convert this opportunity.
Yeah, people might be watching thinking, oh, why is he getting up, getting down, getting up, getting down? But it's a sign of all his years of experience. You don't get down to play the shot until you're 100% certain of the shot you're going to play, and 100% committed to playing that shot. These are huge frames in this second session.
16.
As I said a couple of frames ago, I was thinking about what sort of lead Williams would have going into the last session. That shot where he went up to the bulkhead, cannoned the yellow, snookered himself, Mark said
7.
at the time, would it prove pivotal? And it looks like being so. Incredible how a little harmless looking cannon has changed the momentum in this match.
Yeah, and since winning that frame, John has looked a lot more positive in this. Been getting through the ball a lot better. And from Mark Williams' point of view, he started this evening 2 frames
20.
adrift. If at the end of this session he's still 2 frames adrift, I should think he'd be very disappointed.
25.
This blue, sorry, well, I'm saying the blue, he has an option of the pink, but he only needs a couple more reds.
Blue ball.
That's pretty good. Might not be
30.
perfect just to pot it, but now he's got the blue back on its spot. It's a lot easier for position. Oh, he can get through to the black. He's perfect.
31.
So now John knows that he can't be behind going into the final session tomorrow. And that's always one of your targets, the second session.
38. 39.
I'm sure the neutral JV will want Mark to win the last frame, so it goes 8 each before tomorrow.
Well, this is proving once again why John Higgins is one of the all-time greats.
46.
It didn't seem, as you say, Stephen, that long ago. We were thinking, well, the one thing he's got to do here is damn his limitation. As I said at the time, though, if anyone was going to find a way, he would.
$54.
Yeah, it just shows you another one of the great attributes you need at the Crucible to be successful is patience. He's been patient with, well, even with his own game tonight. And when he's needed it, it's turned up.
Yeah, he's played a few shots tonight. other players over the years would have beat themselves up over it. It's pointless doing that. What's gone's
61.
gone. Doesn't matter about this black. Well, it's in. And it's going to be nicely on the yellow.
68. 70.
Not quite the ton on.
Yeah. 70 and the frame.
And
John
Mark
Higgins.
Williams says you don't have to bother getting the long tackle out, John. I'll give you the frame, which he gratefully accepts. One more frame to go. It's a big one. 8-7, John Higgins.
Final frame of the session. John Higgins to break.
Looks a decent break off. No pot left. But that's a top draw safety from Mark Williams. Beautiful line, wonderful length. And you saw the little tap on the table from John Higgins. Yes, and John couldn't reply in kind. Didn't find a baulk cushion, just a baulk line. It's a dangerous thing to do against a potter like Mark Williams.
Yeah, but his potting's gone cold in the last 15-20 minutes. So this is a big shot. I've seen his opponent take the lead again. Yeah, as I said, he's just not as comfortable when he's got to hit them as hard as that.
Yeah, fair comment. I'm surprised, really, that he didn't drop it in, because I think the black would have gone to the opposite corner. He could have floated it in, which we know that's his strong suit.
Yeah, that would have been the full committed shot. He tried to bail out slightly. He knew getting the cue ball over towards that left middle pocket, he wouldn't have left anything, but made the pot more difficult, or took his attention off the pot. Now John, as we know, is now in stroke. Mark has had most of the momentum from the first session this morning and tonight. Now it's John that's got it back. And he hold on.
Yeah, we know the black is available. I mean, the red immediately to the left of the black. If he could get on that and pot the black, that would be an ideal situation. But he couldn't. Now, it'd be interesting to see where the pink goes. Does it go on its own spot? Tatiana Wollaston trying it out. Well, looking at the situation, John will be hoping it doesn't and goes on the black spot. That'll do nicely, thank you.
7.
Well, he may screw into the red directly above the pink here. Not with a lot of pace, just to hold the cue ball for the red. That's to the left of the pink, to the left corner.
He's going to this type of shot, if you don't play it too hard and give the chance for the backspin to grip, just cue through it. Like that. Good shot.
Fourteen. 15. 21. 22.
I should think, Stephen, at the end of this section, if John Higgins has got that, still got that two-frame advantage, he'd be delighted.
Yeah, Mark, on the other hand, will be, well, I mean, Mark never really, you can never really tell if he's behind or in front. He's that kind of character. He's got the best temperament I've ever seen. But there will be
29.
Must be a tinge of what might have been. As I say, he was very unlucky with a shot when he was ahead. He didn't get position on a red up to the yellow pocket. When he looked like possibly going 8-6 in front. From then, it's been all John Higgins.
Decided to go into them. It could have turned out better.
36.
Black spot obviously occupied by the pink, and now the pink spot available, but that won't bother John. This red to the far right corner. Just picking up on that bit of bad luck for Mark. It seems to have rattled him. You know, it's a frame he looked certain to win, and losing it just shows you psychologically how it can turn.
Yeah, he's hardly potted a ball. Certainly a ball that, although John's missed this, Mark's hardly potted a ball
John
since.
Higgins, 36.
But he's going to pot this one.
Comes to the table 36 points behind. And nearly 45 minutes since he last potted a ball.
1.
He'll know now, though, the importance of this. If he does win this frame, it'll basically mean that he's won this session this evening, 5-3, which is what he would have been aiming for, at least. Judged that nicely.
6.
Well, he's playing this one. He can't avoid the cue ball going into the 5 reds, so he's got to judge the cannon, try and still get right side of the blue.
7.
Well, he'll settle for that. I didn't think he'd play it quite as aggressively. I didn't think he needed to play it as aggressively as that, but he's put one red safe on that right cushion there, just past the right middle pocket. What an opportunity he has here to level the match up.
Yeah.
30.
But that red you pointed out, the one near the right-hand side cushion, he'll need all these reds to get to snooker's required in this frame.
19.
It's the kind of time. The break is so important now. He's choosing. He wants to choose a red that he's guaranteed getting good position. It's no risk snooker here. I mean, I think this red is definitely the right shot. The one that he's looking at now, the middle one of the three. You might have to play some sort of cannon, and it can go wrong. He also, if he's playing this with power, doesn't want to put another red safe.
20.
The pink still goes, but can he hold the cue ball this end of the table, short of the blue? He can. At the back of his mind will be that red that
26.
we've talked about. It won't be giving it full attention, but it will be sort of niggling at the back of his mind. How does he go about it?
27.
It's funny, when you're potting these balls, when you walk around the table, you always give it a little glance, don't you?
Yeah, it's important there he's decided to play the black. And the reason the black is an important shot, although... Well, he's okay, because he can play for the pink. But that red on the top cushion is made an awful lot easier
30.
with the black adjacent to it. If he gets a nice angle, just drop it in and be on the black.
35.
Just needs good cue ball control now, the next 3 or 4 shots.
$41. 42.
So you would think it's imperative. I think he'd play for the red along the top cushion before he thinks about how he's going to bring the awkward red into place, but he needs a good angle on the next colour to be able to drop on that red. You'd think it'd be the black.
48. $49.
Yeah, if you're going to move that last red up the table from the black, you want to be playing the black into this right corner from kind of level with the black. But where he's going to be in the red, I don't think he can get that side of the black. You've got to give these your full attention.
56.
He's looking at possibly playing for the double. If he gets red-black here, he'll only need the last red to leave John needing a snooker. So he could, in theory, play for the double.
57.
I think he has to now. I don't think he can move the red from where he's landed.
Yeah, this black to go 28 points in front. Still 35 remaining.
4.
And square us up for that final session tomorrow. It's close, it's close, it's got it!
Well, these two players, they're incredible. They always have been. To make a break when you have to make the break to get on level terms. Brilliant from Mark Williams. Absolutely world class.
Mark Williams, 65.
And that bar in snooker is well ensure that he's won this evening's session and we're all square. 8-all.
Foul. Mark Williams, 4.
Foul called, so I can only... it's only 4, so he must have fouled the brown. But John's still not prepared to concede. Now needs 2 snookers. And why would you? Unless you've got a table booked at a restaurant. What a shot that was. And there's plenty of room around this yellow.
Yeah, tapping the table from Mark. He appreciated that one. Are these two going to provide us with one more twist?
I think what's concerning Mark here, if he misses it with pace, he could leave a free ball. So he didn't want to play it too hard, and he's found the perfect line. Good shot. Because if he was to get a 4-point penalty and a free ball, he could tie. One snooker would do it.
2.
So let's have a look. It's John thinking, well, 31 the difference. One snooker on the blue. No, that would be 19. It's one snooker on the pink to be able to tie. Is he putting all his eggs in one basket here? I can only assume he is.
9.
Well, if he does do that, you reckon he's only going to get one chance at it.
Yep.
So he needs his cue ball in the right position here. Send the pink up to the bulk, cue ball in behind the black.
Yeah, 6-point snooker would enable him to tie.
$14.
Just a little bit pacey. He wanted to be in a way that he could just have a nice angle to stumble around the black. He still has, but can he keep the pink in the other half of the table? Can he hold the cue ball? Needs to run, needs to run.
John Higgins, 14.
No, in an effort. If he'd had a better angle, he could have played a telling snooker. Now, Mark Williams, knock this pink in. And he'll shake your hand, and I'll see you in the morning. In it goes. Maybe not the best quality this evening. As Stephen said earlier on, it's moving day. Well, not much moved, apart from the fact that Mark Williams, 2 frames behind, is now all square. What a match we've got in store tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock.
Thank you. Frame 17. Mark Williams to break.
Yeah, thank you, Rishi. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, Clash of the Titans, and as I said yesterday, these encounters to be savoured, to be treasured, because they're not going to happen too many times now in the distant future as the two players at the twilight of their career. But what a match this has been so far. To and fro. I thought Mark Williams was just getting the edge last night, but you know, John Higgins, what a competitor, fought back. Oh, and that's a lovely start. Kiss on the green will help.
1.
Maybe give him a shot, the brown. Lovely to be joined by former World Seniors champion, quarter-finalist here, Lee, of course, and the man to go to as far as Mark Williams is concerned.
Good morning, John. Good morning, everyone.
5.
2 sessions down. And I still can't pick a winner. I don't know about you, John.
Well, it could all be just a run of the ball. I mean, it looked last night that Mark was getting stronger. He played a positional shot. He flicked the yellow, snookered himself on the red. You feel, but for that, he'd have won that frame. But winning that frame for John gave him a little boost and had the opposite effect on Mark. So it's just little things that can happen. So both players get a decent run on the ball and play the best, and it could be a classic.
Couple of excellent pots from John. Good red in the middle. I've already said how tight these middle pockets are. It was an excellent red.
Just needs to slow down. Just okay. Overhit slightly. He wanted to be on this red straight so he could play for the black in the opposite corner. I'm not certain if the black goes this right corner pocket.
No.
No, it obviously does, because he's played for the black.
Played the cannon. Not sure whether he's on this red
16.
to the left-hand black pocket. The way he's looking, I don't think so. Good possibility of one to the middle or one to the right corner. Great shot.
17.
And what a chance now for John Higgins.
Yeah, and he's just about on the black again. Doesn't have to play too many more cannons.
$24.
And doesn't this just sum up the game of snooker? Wasn't too bad a break-off shot from Mark. John managed to sneak a red in. And if he carries on like this, that could be the only shot that Mark has during the frame.
32.
Yeah, there were a couple of break-off shots yesterday. Both players played with. They left quite easy starters. But that
30.
one certainly wasn't. Just goes to show what a tough school this is. Decent break-off. Could be his last shot in this frame.
$40.
Slightly underhit that. Would have wanted to be a little bit straighter on this red, but still shouldn't be a problem. Well, it was a problem.
John Higgins, 40.
I didn't see that one come in, John.
Well, I'd be very disappointed. He looked to have the perfect line. Wasn't trying to avoid anything, wasn't trying to do anything clever with the cue ball.
red in to the left-hand black pocket. Great shot.
1.
How's the cannon? Well, he's got a possibility into the green pocket. I think he can hold it for the red. It's to the left of the pink spot. Great shot.
Pink spot, not available. That doesn't bother Mark. He's got the black available into both corner pockets.
8.
And this would certainly be a frame against the head, because I'm certain Mark was sat in his chair a couple of minutes ago when John was at the table thinking, that's the first frame gone. Not so. And these type of frames, when your opponent's been in with the frame winning opportunity,
50.
not taking it, if you can steal the frame psychologically, really big.
60.
Had a lovely angle there at the can in the red. Played it very well.
23.
Now, there's 5 reds. I think the middle one of the 5 will go to the right corner. We'll see how he plays it. Well, it also goes to the left centre.
31.
So just 9 points behind now. Maybe, well, he may be able to force the angle. If it had been low on the black, he could have cannoned those 2 reds that are slightly separated. This could be the key shot to the frame now. Well, he's got the cannon on those reds, played it beautifully. Now, let's see.
39.
1 point behind. So he can do this. If he gets blacks, he
40.
won't need the difficult green to get to Snooker's required.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot. The Mark Williams played off the black to cannon the 2 reds.
47.
7 points in front.
$48.
Just got to be careful. I think he's okay playing blues. John will be sitting there and suffering. Mr. Sitter of a red when he looked to have the frame at his mercy. So, Mark will have one eye on the scoreboard. There you see, just giving it a quick glance. 13 points to lead. 2 reds, 2 blacks to put him 29 points in front with just 27 remaining.
54.
But there's no reason in Possum this black getting on the last red. He could play up for the pink. The yellow's in the open. As I say, the advantage is he doesn't need the green.
Just slightly under hit that one.
61.
Can play for the pink.
$62.
So 22 in front. He can pot the brown if it's easier, but pink would leave John leading the snooker. Very good from Mark Williams. He would have been sat in his chair when John was making that break, thinking this first frame was gone. So
68.
So in goes the yellow, 30 points in front, with 25 remaining. No heroics with this green, just drop it in. He knows that John Higgins can be a dangerous opponent, needing 1 or 2 snookers.
73.
That'll keep John Higgins in his seat and suffering some more. Got in first with a break of 40. He'd opened the reds, everything was going nice, he was cueing well. Well, the brown's not gone in, and John Higgins has stayed in his seat. Well, that was 1 against the head. For all money, it looked like John Higgins was going to get the perfect start. He missed, and Mark Williams, great response. He's now leading 9-8.
Thank you, frame 18. John Higgins to break.
I mean, he's very experienced, John Higgins, and he's seen it all, done it all. But the question is, can he put the disappointment of that last frame behind him? Because that would have really upset him. It was a sitter, as I say, of a red when he had the frame at his mercy, and now we're in the final session of this match. Every mistake is magnified.
Mark can play safe off the 2 reds on the right-hand side of the pack. He's just a bit concerned about pushing one of those reds towards the left-hand black pocket. Just coming around now to see if maybe send the red into the black. Decent kiss on the brown.
Yeah, he played it with extra pace. He knew he was sending the red towards the left corner. He was more concerned in getting it there and bringing it back in the middle of the table. It's okay, but you always find this when a baulk colour has been knocked off its spot, gets near the baulk cushion. That's the target that John Higgins will be aiming for now, trying to get in behind the brown. It's a good line. Just a bit under hit. A decent shot.
Cue ball from Mark Williams. He knew that red was going to stay in the top half of the table. John eyeing this red up to the middle. This is a tough one.
Absolutely, but I think he's worked out the percentages. Playing the safety is going to be just as difficult. He pointed his cue where he wanted the cue ball to stay, thinking the only red he could leave is the one he's playing. Just takes a little bit of pressure, but it's such a tough pot. Just wondering now whether he's having a look at the cross double. And he is playing the cross double. Ooh, but he misjudged the line of the cue ball. That's a mistake. And he's left Mark Williams an easy starter. It's all right playing the cross double, but he had to get that cue ball coming back to the balk end. Misjudged it.
1.
Yeah, you don't see errors like that very often from John Higgins. Now can Mark Williams capitalise?
8.
Played that nicely. A lot of side, just to miss the red on the bottom cushion.
Just giving it a second's thought. Looks like he could have stood off the top cushion. Just got to be careful he doesn't get into it too much. Well, decided to play round the back of the red. Played it nicely. Yes, I mean, that first frame of giving a lot of confidence. Looked to be cueing really nicely. This is an excellent chance. Whenever you've got the black available into both corners, player always relishes these situations. It's where they do most of the practice, in and around the black spot area.
Twenty-four.
Not sure if the red in line with the black at the bottom of the pack of 5 reds pots into the left-hand corner. Would be very handy if it did.
31.
Looking at that, I don't think it does. 3 reds to the left are causing a little bit of a problem here. Yeah, there you can see that red at the bottom definitely doesn't pot, so after potting this red, I'm just
38.
get a nice angle to bring some reds into play.
$39.
Well, how well did he strike that? Maybe a little straighter on the black. I think he's just got a slight angle to force it up. See how he goes about this. Well, he's got a red to the left middle. And he's very good mark at this. You need
46.
good cue ball control to play this type of game, but if there's a simple way of getting on the next ball, he'll find it.
Mark Williams, 46.
Wow, that's in the first frame. Didn't see that coming. An abrupt end. Was always on the top jaw and stayed there. Unlike in the first frame, and this is the advantage, I suppose, of not going into the reds, not bringing them into play, just picking 1 or 2 off. When John in the last frame missed, all the balls, or quite a few of them, were in the open. That's not the case here. John's going to have to play a cannon immediately off this blue. I mean, the 3 reds in line are a target. I mean, if you played and hit the middle one, no great pace, surely you'd be on one of them. Well, he played it hard. How's your luck? Oh, has he been unlucky? Does this red pass the black? Well, he's walking around as though it does. Clearly goes. So he's opened up the reds. Now can he do what Mark did to him in the first frame?
Seven.
Could play a little cannon here
12.
on the 3 reds above this red to bring those into play. It's just gone slightly wrong.
That was the danger, and I'm surprised he didn't play it a little firmer. There was always the danger you were going to leave yourself hampered. He can pot the black, but just dropping it in, does that get him on the next red? He's having a look for alternatives, but there isn't one. Awkward queuing, tough shot, and he needs to get it. He's got to get it. Well played. Now, can he get past the black when it's re-spotted? He didn't want to play it with any more pace. It was tough enough. He's not out of the woods yet here. He can get through to this red, but I doubt very much he can hold for the black in the opposite corner. Pink's not really available. He was hoping to get the cannon full ball on the red. He didn't. But he's still got a shot at the black. Not as easy as he would have liked.
John Higgins, 21.
Well, it wasn't easy, but I expected John to get it. And missed that by, for him, quite a way.
Well, at least we're playing it like that. He thought he'd cover the pocket with the black, although Mark's wondering, is there enough room for this red to get past the black to the corner? I think it's a possibility. If he can get into that right jaw. Obviously, there's no other pots available. Yes, well, flicking the black first wasn't the intention, I'm sure, but in it went. Well, it didn't hit the black first. It came off that right-hand jaw. Beautifully played. So he's got this very thin cut on the black. The colour that would give him position is the pink, but it's a tough pink. He's not guaranteed position off the black, though. In fact, he's not even playing the pot. Be careful of the off here, haven't you? I'll be honest with you, if I was going to play the black, I'd play side cushion first. But I won't tell the master how to play a shot.
Mark Williams won.
Just coming round to have a look, see if he's covered the red. Has he?
I don't think he has. And then you see it. Worse still for Mark Williams. John Higgins can pop this red and play it in such a way. It's the only one he could leave, and if he gets it, he'll be on the black.
Yeah, that was the shot. Pot was too dangerous. Getting the cue ball behind the brown, guaranteed.
Yeah, excellent safety.
Mark Williams still 26 points in the lead, but he knows if he makes a mistake here, leaves John Higgins a chance. That 26 points will count for nothing. It's not easy to see a way out of this. So he's trying to come off, I think, 2 cushions, side cushion, top cushion, and just nestle on those 2 reds that are together. It's a good line. It's a good line. Wonderful. Wonderful shot. John Higgins, even in the heat of battle and this closer match, still found time to tap the table. That was brilliant.
Yeah, that had to be perfect because of the red. I think there was a red available to the right centre pocket if he didn't get it right. He's probably going to be back behind the brown though.
Well, the little flick on the brown, it's okay. The red in the middle of the table may pop past the black, but can he play it and not kiss one of those 2 reds on the left-hand side? Well, he could. Good cue ball, though. I think John is, well, can't clearly get through to the one on the side cushion. That's no good. Problem is, yeah, he can just hit it, but he can't get safe off it. He's looking at this red in the middle of the table. It's fraught with danger. You can only hit the left-hand side if we look. He'll be sending it towards the right corner. He's missed the blue. That's a tremendous shot. That really is a tremendous shot. He was in all kinds of trouble there. It was a great escape.
Yeah, excellent safety. You'd expect nothing else from John Higgins. Mark needs that red to run.
Took an opportunity, John, to bring that red away from the cushion. I'm not certain that that was the right shot, in all honesty. He's left a pot on for Mark Williams, and you leave a pot on for this man. And it's a dangerous, dangerous thing to do. That's the problem. The cue ball's probably run a little too far, and maybe he's not on the brown, but to give him that type of chance, risky. May not be as costly as I thought, but can't be leaving Mark Williams those type of shots.
Yeah, I think Mark can only roll the brown to the side cushion.
Mark Williams won.
He's covered the red in the middle of the table. John's just having a look. I think he's covered it anyway. And if he plays safe off the two reds, he's got to be very, very careful.
Thinks he can just get to a thin edge. Not certain where this red's going to go, to be honest with you. Oh, and it got in the way of the cue ball going back to the baulk end. And I think this red may cut to the right middle. And with these two reds at this end tied up, if it's potable, Mark could play it, you think? And got it. Where's the cue ball going? It's heading towards the middle pocket, but it's okay. Nice angle on the blue. This blue will put him 33 points in front. So he's looking for one more red and a colour. Oh! By the merest of fractions, if he clips that red, frame over.
6.
Frame now, still alive.
Yeah, and he's giving himself a slight problem here now. Can't really play off one of these reds because he'll leave the other one. So,
Mark Williams.
just a containing shot.
I suppose he didn't really have much of a shot left on, really. I mean, you could think about playing this red and trying to bring the brown away from the cushion, but if you caught the brown full ball, left the cue ball where the brown is, you'd be leaving a long pot on for Mark, and we know you cannot do that. That's good. Maybe an edge of the red sticking out, but no pot. You see just an edge. Problem is, if he catches it a little bit too thick, he could run into the black, and that could spell trouble.
I think he's taking this one on. He knew he was going to cut in the black, but the red's gone in. What a great shot from Mark Williams.
Yeah, and I thought there wasn't enough of the red to hit. But in the end, it turned out to be a bit of a guide. It's as much as the red you could, and you were going to pot it. But he has potted some balls in this match. And that's the second frame of this morning's session going the way of Mark Williams. John Higgins had his chance in this frame when Mark broke down. But unlike Mark in the first frame, he didn't take full advantage, Mr. Black off the spot, and has never really had another opportunity since. Not the start he was looking for.
$15. $18. $22.
I think he tried to nudge the black in the pocket. Is there anything he can't pot?
33.
Mark Williams looking very good. John Higgins had a chance of a counter-attack. Couldn't take it. Mark Williams now 2 clear. 10-8.
Thank you. The 19th frame. Mark Williams to break.
So Mark Williams gets frame 19 underway. Best of 25. Target 13 for a place in the semi-final. And when we get to that semi-final, we'll have the one table situation. One of the great World Championship finals was between these two players in 2018, when Mark came out on top against John, 18-16. And I've got to be honest with you, Lee, I know you work a lot with Mark, but he looks at the top of his game to me. I mean, just the attitude. I know he's always had a great temperament, but I just like the way he's hitting the ball. And yeah, he's full of confidence. And John Higgins is now going to really have to up his game if he's going to get back in this match. That's just the way I'm feeling.
Yeah, we've already had a couple of swings in this match. John Higgins. You would never write him out at any time, but these next two frames, massive.
Yeah, of course, the bottom line is that John Higgins led 5-1. So, out of the next 12 frames, Mark has won 9-3. I mean, you work with Mark, and it was just an insight. I always found that get later on in your career, it's the hours of practice that's the hardest bit. Going out in the arena and playing in front of a crowd is fine. He's still enjoying all the practice, is he?
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't practice anywhere near the hours that he used to. But I think all the players as they get older are a little bit like that. But I will say for the week before we came here, he was in the club every day for 3 or 4 hours a day, so he did put quite a bit of work in, as you would expect for every player. But you know, sometimes Mark Williams can prefer the golf course to the snooker table.
Lovely touch there. Yeah, and as I say, I mean, that was the hardest thing. All the years you played, you think, well, if I practice, what else am I going to learn? It's just sort of holding up your cue action. Yeah, when you're young, it's like when people say, oh, I've put all the hard work in. Well, it was never hard work when you're young. You just wanted to play snooker every minute of every day. Different ones, you say, when you get a bit older, but still producing the goods. That one just wide of the mark. As is John Higgins. Won the Tour Championship just before we came here. That was an unbelievable result, beating Mark Selby. See the expression on Mark's face. I think he thought he potted that. Can you?
One.
Good pot from John. Nice angle on the blue. See no reason why he won't smash into the cluster here. He's got to make something happen.
Yeah, that was a lovely pack of reds to go into. And he split them very nicely.
6.
Just wondering, is he on anything to the left-hand black pocket? He's just waiting for some of the spectators to walk out. Players finished on the other side of the table, so just taking a minute.
Yeah, this happened to him last night as well. I mean, that's the problem with the crew. Not the problem, that's the atmosphere you get, the intimacy, but they've gone to the mid-session interval on the other side of the wall, and the people are just walking out, and you can see them on the stairway. Now then, John, he'll feel a little bit aggrieved he's not got anything easy in this to go at, but got to give this 100% concentration. Got it. Good shot. Well, he's holding the reds. He's given himself a chance. Kept it going with that good red. It's now all down to him. A frame he badly needs.
Excellent red from John Higgins. Perfect position. Reds nicely open. You would expect John Higgins to score pretty heavily from a chance like this.
Nice angle on the blue. Key red for me here that I've been thinking I'd want to get on. I'm not saying he can off the blue on this shot, but the red closest to the top cushion, to the left corner. If he gets that out of the way, I think the black then will be available into both corner pockets. As I say, I'm not certain he can play on it this time around, but that's a key red for me in this break. That'll do nicely.
19.
just that cannon very well. Doesn't have to play cannons to develop reds. As you can see, they're all in the open.
Twenty.
I think he played a cannon there on the red, you know. The one just to the
27.
left of the black, and he's missed it. That's all I can think. Well, has he found a gap? Well, he's found a gap. That's okay, but if the black doesn't go in the opposite corner, where does the colour come from? He definitely played a cannon on the red to the left of the black there. This isn't too inviting. I don't think the black goes to the left corner. Obviously didn't, and trying to do something with the
Trying,
cue
yes.
ball took his eye
27.
off the pot. Great chance, gone.
Yeah, John Higgins will be desperately upset with that, as you can see from his face.
One.
So, an unexpected chance for Mark Williams.
Seven.
And once he pots that red,
8.
that will free up the other red that's closest to the black. And then he can get rid of the red that John was talking about. What a chance for Mark Williams.
14. 15.
Well, we know what a great competitor John Higgins. He'll be suffering, really suffering in his seat there, knowing the chance that he spurned. But there's
20.
nothing he can do now. Sit, watch, maybe hope a little bit that Mark finds trouble.
21.
This blue to get within 1 point of John Higgins in this frame.
Twenty-six.
That red
27.
makes the points all square. Let's see from John Higgins' eyes which he's looking. Maybe his chance to get back. The two reds together. They're a little bit awkward. That could be something he's
32.
hoping might cause Mark to fall down.
33.
Needs a nice angle, whatever colour he decides to play for
39.
off this red.
$40.
needs to play a couple of good shots here if he's going to win the frame at this visit. Oh, and he just missed it. Those two reds, he was a fraction
45.
away from bringing them both into play. He's okay, though. Played it in such a way he thought, well, I'll be on the open red one way or the other, but look how close he was there.
46.
So those two reds, I wouldn't be too bothered about the red near the right-hand side cushion. It's those two reds on the left-hand side. I think they're going to be the key to this frame. Well, he's looking at the possibility of plant. Good luck with that one.
Yeah, I'm not sure how straight he is on this black. Doesn't look like he's got a very good angle. Well, he has played for the plant. What a big shot this is going to be.
53.
Glance at the scoreboard. 26 points in the lead. Two reds, two colours. Get his third frame of the morning. It's risky. But having played for it, I'm now surprised he's not going for it. Because he could have made a better attempt to have played for the red up the right-hand side of the table. He went all out to play for this plant. Now he doesn't like it. I don't blame him. Decision time. If he misses it, you feel he's going to give John Higgins a lifeline.
Mark Williams, 53.
So he didn't seal the deal at that visit. John Higgins will be very relieved, but he comes to the table 26 points behind. Can't afford any more mistakes, otherwise Mark Williams will pounce. And he'll be 3 frames behind. So he gets second chance.
Mark Williams 26 points in front. Would love to see a colour safe.
That's worked out well. Looked a nothing shot, but he's played it well. And I don't see, if John can't get back to the balk end, well, maybe he can. Maybe he can see enough of the red. No, he couldn't get back to the balk end. And basically what that meant, he couldn't get any real advantage from the situation. But now Mark can. Game of cat and mouse, and looks like Mark Williams is the cat.
But that's
Take
a
your
really
seats
poor
quietly,
safety.
please. Thank you.
Should have had John tight on that top cushion behind the yellow. He left John a chance at this red. Excellent pot. He may have the angle to pot the black, come off the side cushion into these two reds. Needs the cannon or the gap.
8.
What a gap that was. The pace he played it, if it had kissed one of those reds, he may have been on nothing, but it's worked out perfect.
9.
Well, what a massive frame this is now.
You know, it was a really poor safety from Mark Williams. Should have got the advantage. Well.
John Higgins, 9.
That is an unbelievable miss from John. Was concentrating so hard on getting nicely on this red. He forgot to pot the blue.
Well, you can't be missing those. He knows it. And if you set up that 100 times and said just pot the blue, he'd never miss it. Thinking about position. And it looks as though he won't be getting another chance now. There's black and the yellow to get to snooker's required. And that is perfect.
Eight.
Well, I'll be disappointed, but he knows you get your chances, you got to take them. And
10.
has made too many errors this morning. That's the bottom line.
$13. $17.
Well, the blue doesn't go in, but Mark Williams had a bit of a let-off there. He won't mind. John Higgins now in a big hole. Trails 11-8. There's a mid-session interval coming up after this frame. I feel this is such an important frame for John Higgins. He's got to have something to cling on to when he goes to his dressing room at that interval. If he loses this one, 4 behind, Mark Williams just needing 1 frame, it's hard to envisage him getting back in the match. Must-win frame. Just something to give him a bit of confidence, a bit of belief. He's had chances this morning.
Excellent pot. Got a chance of the brown in the middle, but not sure if he's got the angle. There is a red at the bottom of the pack which puts into the left-hand black pocket. Didn't have the angle to play for that one, but he's played an excellent shot.
5.
I think,
6.
John, the thing that will upset John Higgins the most is he was in perfect position in the first frame and amongst the balls, and also in the last frame.
Yeah. And those missed opportunities just wear away your confidence. As I say, he's had the chances. And the only thing you'll remember from the 3 frames that were played this morning is the shots he's missed.
30.
And it's debilitating. But if he wins this, he's got, as I say, something to cling on to going to the dressing room. He's on nothing.
14.
Just his safety.
Yeah, took the chance to bring some more reds into play. He has brought more reds into play, but he's lost the cue ball.
Green ball. John Higgins, 40.
No attempt at the pot, trying to get that cue ball in behind the brown. Just misjudged it. Got that a little bit too thin. The target would have been the baulk cushion and used the brown as a blocker.
Looks like John has snooker mark on all the reds. He'll be looking to try and rest on the 2 reds that are closest to the black. So 4 cushions. 1, 2, 3. Has he got the pace?
Well, the miss. John Higgins, 4.
Well, he didn't have the pace that time, but he certainly got the line.
Sorry, do you want to check? Jan, can you please check?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's important. Might only be a fraction, but Mark has got the line. So he wants that cue ball back where it was. So
It's just slightly towards the D line, towards the cushion, yeah, slightly.
Away from the brown? Because Mark thinks it was closer to the brown.
Yeah, just, it is closer to the brown, sorry. Keep going, keep going.
Keep going.
I sometimes wonder in these situations, why don't they let the player replace it?
Yeah, I think Mark was saying he
Looks good to me.
couldn't get to the right-hand side cushion. This is the reason why he's playing it off the 4 cushions.
So he's got the line, just needs to hit it a bit harder. This looks fine. This looks perfect. Well played.
John just coming around, having a look where he'd like to put this cue ball. Very good length. And because he got such a good length of cue ball, well, Williams has mishit that safety. Intended to hit that red a lot thicker. But at first glance, not sure if he's done any damage. So only a safety for John, so Mark was a bit fortunate there.
Not a bad safety from John Higgins, but if that cue ball would have been closer to the ball cushion, this shot would have been a lot more difficult for Mark. For example, he wouldn't have been able to play that type of shot, swinging it round off 3 cushions with side. And it's a good reply. 5 times they've met in the World Snooker Championship. First time they met was 1999. All those years ago and still doing it. Caught that too thick. What's he left? Well, he's left a number of pots, but not what you'd describe as an easy start. So there you go, just catching it too thick. Caught the jaws of the pocket. Yeah, just to carry on what I was saying, 5 times they've met, and Mark Williams has won 4 of the 5 that they've played. So the form line at the Crucible favours Mark. And at the moment, the scoreline does as well. There's a red just above black and to the left that's in the open, the one he's looking at now. You feel as though he could play that and maybe cannon the red to the left of the black. You could bring the black into play. It's a little bit dangerous, but it's got a lot of reward with it. Decided to play this more difficult red. Trying to play it as a shot for nothing, get the cue ball back to the balk end. Well, it somehow went in, used all the pocket. He'll be happy with his shot choice now.
Yeah, he looked at a few different shot choices there. I was going to play the red with the extension. It was closest to the right hand corner pocket first, but picked that one out very well.
Three.
He's okay, he can pot the red closest to the right hand cushion, get on the pink.
Four.
Just a little bit awkward at the moment. 5 reds in a cluster. If you did get on them right, it does open. You don't have to play a cannon. You could open them up one by one.
Interesting now to see where the pink goes on its spot.
10.
How available is it? Got the green to play for here, so there's no problem with the colour.
11.
Well, I think he may be tempted here to play a cannon. I mean, I know he likes to pick them off, Mark, but I think there's value here. He's just pointing there, pot the green, come off the top cushion. Cannon is that cluster of 5. Don't overhit it. If you get a fullish contact, you'll be on a couple of reds to the right corner. Too much side. Put too much side on it. But he's okay. He's got a reserve.
14.
Although having said that, be a good shot to get nicely on the colour. Could run through and maybe develop the black, but that's chancy.
He's certainly looking at playing that shot, I think. Most important thing there, pot the red, but no position. If he plays the cue ball to the bulk end, he's going to be very careful. He's got to cover the red closest to the right hand black pocket. And there's also one for John to the left hand black pocket, so got to be very, very careful if he plays into bulk here.
Yeah, he could quite simply screw back to the top cushion, but that just gives the advantage to John Higgins. But he feels that this is a percentage shot.
Mark Williams, 15.
Nothing in the frame, just 3 points. John Higgins in front. It's who pots the next red that's going to be the favourite for this frame. Got to find the baulk cushion with this cue ball. And he hasn't. So this is a chance for Mark Williams. pot to the left corner. Very close, but didn't go in. Well, the red that John would love to have played is the one to the left corner as well. I think he can just cue past the yellow here, but it is off-putting. Got to push that cue through straight. No, it was always when you've got a ball adjacent to the cue ball, you're always frightened when you push the cue through, you're going to foul. Little unlucky not to have a clearer strike at the cue ball than that. And he's not got away with it. This red cuts.
One.
Yeah, Mark Williams is very fortunate there. I think I totally agree with you, John. That was the reason why John Higgins missed that red. So there's definitely one red of these 5 that pots
8.
into the right-hand black pocket. Get a nice angle on the pink. Play off 2 cushions and drop behind this. He's played it well.
15.
Not certain if any of these reds are available, but he got an angle on the black to come off the top cushion and go into them. Or he may play for the red on the left-hand side of the table, whichever one he feels is the easier shot. Tempted by that because he's left-handed, and now would have been hoping for a better
23.
angle on the colour. A little bit straighter on this red than he would have liked. But he can just come round off 2 cushions, it looks.
24.
So this could be the frame winner, potting this black, if this next shot goes right.
I think it's okay. I think he's on the red to the middle.
31. 32.
So this blue puts him 34 points in front. It's not looking good for John Higgins. John will be pragmatic about this. He's had his chances.
37.
He just hasn't taken them, and on the day, it's been Mark Williams.
38.
That's not to say that John Higgins isn't out of this. And I know that might, well, Mark Williams only needs 1 frame. But John Higgins, over the years, has proved what a great competitor he is. And he's quite capable of winning frames in 1 visit. He's just got to find that form after the interval. It's hard to think on the positive side when you're sat in his seat and the chances you've missed. But maybe 15 minutes in the dressing room will make him remember.
44.
Because this frame now is
45.
long gone. I felt it was a key one for John Higgins. It's hard to see him coming back, but you know he'll battle to the very end. But Mark Williams has been very strong this morning. Some wonderful potting. And of course,
52.
you know, those type of frames where John had got in early. The first frame this morning made 40. Missed a fairly easy red. Mark stole it with a wonderful 70-plus break.
52.
And
And a frame.
it seemed to turn the match, so 4 frames played. Mark Williams has won all 4. They go to the mid-session interval. Mark Williams certainly in the ascendancy, just needs 1 more frame for a place in the semi-final. He leads 12-8. Tatiana Wollaston calls it as his 21st frame. John Higgins led 5-1 out of the next 14 frames. What a turnaround. So it's the old adage for John Higgins, 1 shot at a time, 1 frame at a time, and see where it gets you. Super pot.
Yeah, excellent long red from John Higgins. You'd expect nothing else.
8. Nine.
He has been in amongst the balls a couple of times this morning. A couple of times where he thought he was going to win the frame. He didn't quite manage it. He might be 4 frames behind with 5 to play, but you know he's not going to give up. Incredible competitor.
Yeah, and he's had a terrific season. Just before he came here, he won the Tour Championship. Quite an emotional victory. Great champion he's been, 4 times a winner, of course, of the World Championship. Horrible implement this, but nothing to do with the cue ball, so just roll the red in beyond the black. As I say, in these situations, forget the scoreline. That's gone. Just concentrate on what's in front of you.
$24. 25.
So, looks to be a little bit straight to play any cannon to the pack, so we'll play for the loose red. The way he's finished on this red.
32.
Probably play for the blue. Well, play for the black.
33.
So, one good split here for John Higgins. He split them well, but cue ball has just slid off. He's still got a red. but this is tough.
40.
Yes, didn't get a full enough contact with the cluster in the first frame of this morning's session. He made a 40, missed, and Mark Williams cleared up. But a tremendous shot. That little flick on the red, though, has just taken the pace out of the cue ball. He's not on the black. Just flicked the second red. Well, is it all-out attack? Looking to play this black to the right middle. Wouldn't normally be his shot of choice. But back against the wall, looks like it's going to be all-out attack.
Yeah, I think he's got maximum on his mind as well, John. Great shot.
As we say, circumstances alter cases. And if this had been early on the match, there's no way to play the black. Could play this red and cannon into the red near the side cushion to hold for the black. Otherwise, if you catch it just wrong and the cue ball finishes tight against the cushion, that's not good. Got it. Just about got a shot of the black. He missed one of these similar type of shots early on in this session. That time he got it too thick. I think he can hold for we just glimpsed the red to the left of the cluster that goes in this right corner. He'd also be on the red to the left middle. Just gotta pot this black. Too thick again, exactly the same way that he missed it in a couple of frames ago.
Yeah, black hit virtually identical spot as the one he missed earlier. This red is very tight. Great shot.
1.
Yeah, wonderful pot. As Lee said, there wasn't a lot of room. He looks to have found a nice angle on the blue. Ooh, and he's caught the bump in the middle pocket. Maybe should have stunned that a little bit just to widen the angle. 6, and that's all he's going to get.
Mark Williams 6.
Once again, good safety. And John looking to see if there's a pot on. As I say, his intentions are clear. If there's a pot on, he's going to go for it. Needs cover. Well, that's okay. There was a red, the right hand one of the 3, that would go to this corner, but he can't get to the potting angle. The Browns covering that.
Got to be very careful here not to make contact with the black. Played it well.
I think he can just get through to one of these reds below the pink and play the pot to this left corner. Got it.
One.
Yeah, it needs to be on a colour. Don't want to bounce too much. He's got a shot at the brown. Frame at his mercy now.
5.
.48 points to lead. This red, pink, and a couple more reds and colours, more than enough to
6.
keep his hopes alive.
Yeah, and Mark Williams would have been expecting John to come out all guns blazing.
12.
And that's exactly what's happened in this frame.
13.
So just this black.
Yeah, been a good frame.
20.
Okay, he didn't clinch it in one visit. And he left Mark Williams a chance or two. But he's well over the line now.
$21. $27.
It doesn't
John
matter
Higgins,
about the red.
27.
I
And
honestly think that John Higgins, who got past the winning line in this frame, he was quite happy to get the referee to set them up. He's pulled one back, he's clinging on. Still 3 behind though, 12-9.
Thank you.
Well, I love the shot, and he found the pass round the back of the black, and he's just up short of the ball line, which he will. So, not for the first time in this match, a break off, and it gives your opponent first chance.
Yeah, there's been a lot of times in this match that
4.
the player break off has left the red. It's almost getting a disadvantage to break off these days, John, I think.
Yeah. Yes, bit of a poison chalice. Now, he had a chance of playing this shot before. Power it in, try and open reds. I don't think there's much available. He's missed them. As I say, he had that similar shot, but decided to play for the red in the middle, which he overran.
Mark Williams, 8.
But he can afford to be patient. One more frame to get him to the semi-final. There'll be no re-rack here, particularly not if that's a touching ball, because the re-rack comes when there's a red in the balk end and there's no safety up there, but that wasn't the case here.
Of course, in Mark's match in the last round against Hossein Vafai, we had 7 re-racks, John.
Yeah, and I think, to be honest with you, there was a few times when we could have gotten on the verge of that being, but Mark has always played the positive shot. If there was a ball in the balk end, he sent it back to this end. Didn't want to get bogged down with John Higgins doing that, because John Higgins is such a master tactician, as is Mark. Well, that's careless.
Mark Williams,
I
7.
mean, he surely would have known that that black was going to go close to the pocket. I assume he came down out of luck. Mark taking that opportunity to clear the black, so it's now available into both corner pockets. Good line, good length. Now, how aggressive will John be with this safety? Needs to miss the brown, which he's done. So good reply.
He can get through to the left-hand side of the pack of reds, but be a little bit concerned with the red on the right-hand side, left-hand side cushion. If he catches this red slightly wrong, he could cannon that red. And he has.
Yeah, well, you called it, Lee, and I'm certain Mark was aware of it. Just caught the red too thick on his safety. Now, here's a chance for John Higgins. And it's a good chance, i.e. that the red that's probably occupying the black spot, he'll play for that sooner rather than later, and when he pots that, he can get the black back on its own spot.
One.
I'm not certain whether the red that's on the black spot will go to the right corner. No, it doesn't. So we'll have to find a different route. I don't think he'd be wanting to play for the black if it's not going to be on its spot and available into both corners. Pink's available into the left corner. I'm not certain where it goes, though, when it's respotted.
Seven.
Wasn't going to be good. Now, can he roll this blue in and play for that red on the black spot? It's a key red to get rid of. He's playing for it. Needs to run a bit more. I'll be disappointed that he's a bit short. Okay, he can play back up for the blue or maybe the pink, but there's a chance to get on that key red.
13. Yeah.
He's got another chance now to play on it. I was just looking to see if the red just to the right of the pink will go. And it must do. Sometimes the position you have on the balls, I mean, to play on that red I keep talking about, it's a precise positional shot.
$90.
He's just let that cue ball run loose. We've got there eventually.
24.
So pot this red, play for the black. As long as you're not straight, well, even if you were straight on the black, it won't be a problem to get on the next red. It's a good chance now.
$25.
I'm not sure if any of the reds are available that are bunched together. If not, you could leave an angle from this red.
33.
That's what he's done. Doesn't have to play this a lot of pace. I mean, the end red, as we look on the right-hand side, you try and cannon into that, because at least the cue ball will be going to the right-hand side. Well, he's okay. He's all right. The bottom red, the one immediately above the black,
40.
goes to the right corner. I was sitting here thinking, it can't go wrong, and then I thought, maybe it has, but no. No one's that unlucky.
$41.
That's the beauty of when you're actually in the arena and you see those type of shots and you don't know it's in until it drops. And that's what gets the spectators on the edge of the seats. He's taking these nights now. Everything he wants is
48.
nicely in the open. Just hanging on, but as I say, just one shot at a time.
Yeah, definite signs, I think, that since the interval as well, John Higgins has quickened his game up a little bit.
Well, I think it is clear in his mind, Lee, what he wants to do. Sometimes you can think, well, you know, you get a little bit hesitant, but the scoreline has just made him think, well, the only way I can get out of this is to play my best. So what you do, you go for your shots, and you
49.
just relax a little bit more. Having said that, it's just become a little bit awkward here. Hampered by this red. Striking down. Played it superbly.
Yeah, and he's got the reds At his mercy now.
56.
41 points in front.
$57.
Mark Williams would have expected nothing else from John Higgins.
Yeah, we're just touching on the fact John Higgins came out
64.
clear in his mind that there's only one thing he had to do, and that was to not miss, if you like. Whereas
65.
Mark could have had a slightly different mindset, thinking, be patient, I'll get the chance. But it looks like John Higgins is going to win this now. Just this black needed. In it goes. So they went to the mid-session interval. Mark led by 4, 12-8. And that red
73.
going in, it's now 12-10.
$80. $81.
Possible 123 break. If John was to take this
88.
last red, black and all the colours, he won't be taking the black now.
$94. John Higgins, 94.
Oh, what a pity. What a pity in this. Right, but he won't be bothered. Well, he's putting out a statement to Mark Williams. I'm not going to give it you. You're going to have to win it. 12-10.
Thank you. The 23rd frame. Mark Williams to break.
Mark Williams gets the 23rd frame, schedule 25. That'll be up to John Higgins whether it goes that far. Session on the other table is finished. They've now got the arena all to themselves, and no one's left. Packed house here at the Crucible. John can get through to this red on the left-hand side of the table. Not quite, but he had a path back to the balk end, but he caught it wrong, so he's cannon the blue. So this is the opportunity that Mark Williams has been looking for. First opportunity. I think both these reds go to the right corner. It depends which one he feels we're giving the better position. Well, no, only the one nearest the pocket pots.
Foul.
Oh, and he fouled the blue.
John Higgins, 5.
He fouled the blue. I could see it. That's so careless from Mark. Just have a look at his back arm. Just watch the blue in his back arm when he pushes it through. That's so careless to do that.
Or even worse for Mark Williams. He left John a shot at the red, and he's got it.
Now, the yellow. Off the side cushion, smash into the cluster. There's one loose red, no value in that. He hasn't got the blue to play the cannon. He's got to play it on the yellow. Always need a bit of luck. Well, he's looked at the yellow. He thinks there's a green as a better option. Me, I'd prefer the yellow because I think the yellow's unmissable.
Green ball.
But it's the same shot, side cushion, smash into the reds. It's okay, it's okay. Didn't want the black to get tied up. But it has. Wanted to hit the reds direct. Didn't want it to kiss off the black. And that black has run safe along with the pink. It's not a great chance now. You would think imperative to try and get the blue back on its spot.
Five.
Well, he played for the blue, but it's not perfect. It's better to get down on these couple of reds at this end of the table. Off the brown or green, you would have thought. He's just stretching over. That cue ball would have been a little bit closer to the left-hand cushion. Obviously, he'd have played the blue. But the brown or green is the better angle. And you wouldn't want to be playing a cannon again, in all honesty. Because...
Green ball.
Well, you're playing the green. Could play the cannon again, but at the point of this match...
Brown ball, thank you.
Yeah, the brown's unmissable. John in the position where he can't afford to make any real mistakes. Lovely positional shot.
9.
Could he risk trying to nudge the black into play? His decision. Well, at least he got the pink into play, and he's nicely on the blue. That's a bonus.
Blue ball.
Yeah, he struck that one pretty well.
It's a slow up. Just okay.
15.
Pop this red. Nice angle on any colour. He's going to have to go into this cluster of reds again. And he's landed absolutely perfect on the blue. A few ways of playing this. I mean, he could hit the top red, but that will take the pace out of the cue ball. I'd rather just miss that top red and go into them. And that's exactly what he's done. Now, how's your luck? You always need a bit. That'll do fine.
Yeah, you'd be absolutely delighted with that. What a difference since the interval.
Yep. John Higgins knew he had to start producing, and that's exactly what he's done. Every credit. the frame at his mercy. But the tension's rising. So take nothing for granted. Give every shot due care and attention. Big moments in this match now.
Now, costly. Could that foul be from Mark Williams? Or just slightly awkward cueing. Hit the blue. Looks like it could well cost him this frame. You can see it there. Just moves the blue with his hand. Will we be looking on that a little bit later? I'm thinking that was a massive turning point in this match.
Obviously, this red goes to the left corner. Nothing to do with the cue ball. Play for the pink to the left middle. Well, just a little shake of the head. Is that because he's concerned where the pink's going to go when it's respotted? Might change his choice of shot. I mean, maybe the pink ties the red up that's just below it. Wouldn't overcomplicate this, though. As I say, the only concern I can see John having here is where the pink's going to go when it's respotted. He's had a good look, so I'm certain he's aware of all the consequences. I mean, for him, it'd be nice if it went on the black spot. But he's sorted out the puzzle perfectly. Didn't have to play any more cannons. Just keep tight control of that cue ball. $40 points to lead. 4 of these remaining reds. Mark Williams, who was sitting comfortable in that seat at 12-8 in front. Maybe not so now, if John can win this frame and pull the deficit back to 1.
Yeah, Mark has only scored 21 points since the interval.
41.
You have to say it. What an effort this is from John Higgins.
Yeah, you'd expect nothing less from the great man, but this is a tremendous fight back. From Mark Williams' point of view, okay, that was a very clumsy and careless shot he played last when he touched the blue. Apart from that, he's not done much wrong. So he's not really anything apart from that foul to reprimand himself
50.
for. This to go 62 points in front. And just nudging the red to make it easier, because this red is frame ball.
57.
This to go 63 points in front with just 59 remaining. Well played, John Higgins.
Like you said, John, Williams has not done that much wrong.
63.
John Higgins has come out since the interval and played beautifully.
64.
Made a 94 break to win the last frame.
71.
Can he go on and make a century to win this one?
72.
And we have said it on many occasions that all of a sudden
79.
swift change in momentum can happen in this game, because when you make a mistake, you've no right to reply. You play one bad shot, you go back to your seat, and then you've just got to watch. Nothing you can do. That's why sometimes we see players win 4 frames, then the opponent
88.
wins 4 frames off the reel. So it can happen, but from John Higgins' point of view, to keep the belief when your opponent's 1 frame away from victory and you're 4 behind, remember, takes some doing.
94.
Yeah, he looks a different player since the interval.
96.
One of the few players, well, there's only 3, RonnieO'Sullivan, Judd Trump and John, who have made over 1,000 century breaks in their career.
99.
And this one, this Brown, for 1,039. Superb. He's not only digging in, he's doing it in style.
108. 114.
And getting through the ball, lovely. Doesn't matter about the black. Mark Williams led by 4. John Higgins has come out since the mid-section interval. All guns blazing. He's reduced it to 1. Mark Williams now just 12-11 in front.
Thank you. Take a seat, please. The 24th frame, John Higgins to break.
John Higgins gets frame 24 underway. Can he take us to the 25th and deciding frame? Wants to get past the Brown, and he has done. Good safety. Tap on the tail from John Higgins. Even in the heat of battle, nice to see a little bit of sportsmanship. These 2 legends of the game, the service they've given the game of snooker over the last, well, 32, 33 years. And they're serving up a treat here. This is high drama at the home of snooker, the Crucible Theatre. Packed crowd. flick on the green. Doesn't help. Nothing for John to go at, but hand on the table. You'd fully expect him to play a better safety shot than that. And that green going closer to the brown is a nice target. Puts his hand up to apologise. Does the green pass the brown? I think it does. Just. And that's a nice angle to come down the table. There's two reds just above the black, available to the left corner if he knocks it in.
Here's a little kiss off the side of the pack. Oh, I think he's got it.
4.
Slight grimace. He'd like to get on the top red of the two. Nothing Mark can do once again. He's just got to sit there. The top red of the two is the one he wants to be on, because he can pot that and he can avoid a kiss on the black. The bottom one, he can't. Precise positional shot required. Yeah, no problem.
5.
No problem.
John has played fantastic since the interval, but also the run of the ball is starting to go with him as well. When you play well, you tend to get it.
Yeah, just that red he screwed into.
12.
Didn't catch it quite as full as he would have liked, but I think he's okay. I think he can just drop this red in dead weight and be on the black nicely into the opposite corner. Yeah, it's a thick enough potting angle to hold the cue ball.
Thirty.
I think most people would have been thinking at 12-8 this match was over, but you write this man off at your peril.
He'd have been a little bit disappointed to be on that red where he couldn't play for the black, but he's found a nice angle on the blue. Yeah, playing this side of the table. He had an option of a couple of reds. He's landed nicely on this one. Didn't want to knock that red so close to the top cushion. The art now in potting the black is leave a nice angle on that red so you don't have to play it with pace. Well, he decided to ignore it. So playing for this red Now
34.
imperative he gets a good angle on the blue. Because what he's got in mind, pot the red, get on the blue, smash into the pack.
$35.
He's got the angle, so one good split. We could be going in to a deciding frame. And that is a good split. Great shot.
40.
What a performance from John Higgins.
Hit it perfect. The stun was still intact when he caught the pink full ball. Couldn't have opened up better. And Mark Williams, well, I think he'll be thinking now it's going to be a decider.
41.
He's had a couple of half chances, Mark. The last frame, clumsy when he fouled the blue. But John Higgins has just been awesome since the mid-session interval. Particularly the situation he was in. Just giving everything an extra little bit of thought. Who can blame him? If the pink didn't go on his own spot and went on a black spot, that would be perfect for John, but Tatiana Wollaston thinks it goes.
47.
And obviously it does, but he's got this red to the right corner. The black's available into the opposite corner. Can't see any problem here. Well, deciding to go up for the blue, or maybe the pink goes. Whichever you prefer. One to the right corner doesn't look difficult. It's just shot selection, keeping a clear mind when the pressure's on.
$48.
So that tells us the pink does go. He'd like to have been on it a little straighter than what he is, and that's why he's having a look at the blue. That's why I thought the red to the right corner, but listen, I'm not out there having to pot these balls under the utmost. Mr. Brown. It's all about the pace, and this looks absolutely inch perfect. But we know the red just below the pink pots.
53.
He's got one to the left corner. Beautiful line, perfect length. It's hard to see Mark Williams getting back to the table now.
Yeah, 53 points in front.
$54.
Red 54. Still 75 points available at the moment, but I don't think there's going to be for much longer.
Yeah, pots this pink, goes 60 points in front. And then a red and a black would be enough. Well, they won't be playing for the black now.
60.
So red, colour red. Come back complete.
61.
Not absolutely perfect on the pink. Still shouldn't be a problem, but he's going to use the rest. Still looking for one more red after this pink.
Yeah, the pink will put him 67 points in front with 67 remaining. In goes the pink. Oh, he's not perfect on frame ball red by any means. Not perfect at all.
67.
Hampered. Look, plain sailing. Not now. I'm sure he'll take this red on. But as you can see, awkward bridging. We can just get to the left-hand side of the cue ball. I don't think he can get to the middle of it. And that caused him to miss the red.
John Higgins, 67.
Oh, well, just so close to taking this to a decider. He had to play that with left-hand side because he couldn't get to the middle of the cue ball. Made it missable, and he did. Couldn't do anything else with that. And of course, with every red marked pots, it's got to be followed by a black. Otherwise, he'll need a snooker. Well, what a brave shot that was. But I've just looked at his facial expression. I think he's a bit too straight on this red. Can he get out for the black? It's a tough one. No, he couldn't.
9.
So another tough black to play. And remember, if he misses it, it'll be 2 snookers required. Well, this is tremendous stuff, tremendous character, tremendous temperament.
16.
Yeah. He's potted 2 brilliant blacks. He's going to have to pot a few more brilliant balls if he wants to continue this break. Very close.
Mark Williams,
Yeah,
60.
close, but no cigar now. Can John Higgins get past the black to pot this red? He's looked at the scoreboard, tells me I think he can. And if he pots this, we're going to have that 25th and deciding frame. Clearly can. Comeback complete. 12-8 down. Mid-section interval. Looked all over by the shouting for Mark Williams. 4 impeccable frames from John Higgins. Decider it will be. Doesn't matter about the red. Mark Williams, well, I'll be surprised if he's carrying on. Maybe just to get his cue arm going for the deciding frame, I don't know. He's 55 points behind, 43 remaining, 3 4-point snookers to tie. Maybe just give himself just to get ready for the decider. I don't think he thinks he can win this frame now, but just play a few shots, maybe just take the edge off John Higgins. Well, there's a lovely double, so that tactic from Mark, whatever it was, isn't going to work. But what a performance this has been from John Higgins. He looked down and out. He wasn't playing well. He was 12-8 down for a reason. What a turnaround.
Yeah, and we were hoping
9.
that this game was going to live up to what was billed, and certainly hasn't disappointed. What a match.
Thirteen.
Simply two
15.
of the best snooker players that there has ever been.
$18. $22. $27.
He's not bothered about the black. And both players are going to leave the arena. Understandable. Prepare for one of the biggest frames, and they've played many in their career. One of their biggest frames of their life. 12-all.
To break.
Flicking the blue is not what was required. Okay, may not have left the pot on, but it's not a good safety. John can get his hand on the table. Yes, at 12-8. When they went to that mid-session interval, it looked all over bar the shouting for Mark Williams, but John Higgins has come out after the interval with a clear mind, I must say, and knowing that the only way he could get back into it was to play well, go for his shots, which he's done. Mark hasn't done a lot wrong, so he can hold on to that, but can he get a decent chance in this deciding frame? High drama here, Lee. Lee Walker, who looks after Mark. We know he's got a great temperament, but this must be a little bit of a shock to the system from being 12-8 in front.
Yeah, I'm sure Mark would have expected a reaction from John. He certainly got it. Played that with a lot of check side to miss the pack of reds. Made that pot a lot more difficult.
I'm talking about Mark Williams hadn't had any clear-cut chances, but watch this. This was an opportunity. Look at the blue. His backhand caught the blue. And that was probably the best chance he's had since the mid-session interval. Careless to hit the blue as he did. So he's not done a lot wrong, but it's just been John Higgins getting first chances all the time. But John has left a pot on here for Mark. If he rolls it in, he'll have the black to the opposite corner. And beautifully played. First chance, Mark Williams.
What a red that was from Mark Williams. He sat out breaks of 33, 49, 67, 94 and 114 in the last 4 frames. And in any deciding frame, you want one good chance. And he's got the first one.
$16. 70.
Would have been nice if the red directly above the black would have potted into that same pocket. It won't. So, played the cannon. He's got a red, but he's not perfect.
24.
Yeah, he's got this thin cut to this corner pocket. Controlling the... Well, maybe he hasn't. No, so just a safety. I, like Lee, thought there was a possible
24.
red on there, so good opening red, a good opportunity. Only got 24, not enough. Got to be careful here, John. This safety is going to bring all these reds into play. Got to find the baulk cushion with this cue ball. Not great, but... Well, there's a similar red to this right corner that Mark started off this frame with. This one, a little bit more difficult. There's not so much of an angle. You just can't roll this in. He's going to have to stun it in to get position on the black. But it's a chance. Oh, tremendous pots, but he's lost the cue ball. He's lost the cue ball. That was the difference from the first one he potted. He could roll that in. That one he had to stun it in. He can still pot the black. But if he plays it, he's got to get it. You miss the black, you're going to leave your opponent in. Decision time. Preparing to take it on. No. It was his decision. It was a brave one to take. He always knew if he missed the black, he was going to leave John Higgins with an easy starter.
1.
Yeah, I never doubted that Mark Williams would take that back on. Very, very difficult shot. He knew if he got it, he'd have a chance to win the match. But now he's given that chance to John Higgins.
Stuck on that red, but shouldn't be a problem. This red
8.
looks straight enough. Just drop it in and you be on the black. Don't have to do anything with the cue ball. I mean, on the face of it,
9.
he has already reeled off the breaks that John Higgins has made since the mid-session interval. But the consequences of making a mistake in a deciding frame and the chance you've got to get through to the semi-final. Forget what's gone before. This is a lot more pressurised situation. Bit of freedom, trying to get back in the match. But now, hold yourself together to win it.
Sixteen. Seventeen.
Not perfect on this black. Straight, as you can see. Eyeing up a red to the right centre. He'd have rather not played for it. A nice angle would have given him more options, but he's restricted to this one shot, I feel.
We know how tight these middle pockets
20.
are. There's pressure on this one.
Solid pot. Put a lot into the pot. Just lost the cue ball slightly. That's why you get a little shake of the head. But he may be able to pot this pink and just cannon into one of those two reds to the right of the pink spot to hold the cue ball. The points now all square. Missed the cannon. Missed the cannon. Still got the right-hand red, I think, of the two
31.
that goes to the left middle. He was looking for something easier than this. Maybe refusing it. Thinks it's too risky. Playing safe. Big decision to leave the table, and
John Higgins, 31.
when you had a frame and match-winning chance, but that's discipline. Just 6 points in front. Disappointed he didn't get that cannon from pink to red.
He's got to be very careful here. No easy safety shot for Mark Williams. It's okay. Played the pot, but played it more safety in mind.
Yeah, I was a little bit concerned about sending the cue ball to the balk end, mainly because Mark Williams, renowned as one of the best long potters in the game, and he's proved it so far in this match, so I don't blame John for playing that negative safety. But all it did was hand the initiative to his opponent. Not quite taking full advantage of it. The red to the left of the black. On near the top cushion, John can get through to it. But got to catch this just right.
Yeah, that's a very good safety shot from John Higgins. The white's come a little bit too far, but a thick contact there could have been disastrous, so
Cue ball close to the pocket, but it's not going in. Now the player just at the moment able to play a telling safety. Needs to miss the yellow. Well, it doesn't matter if it is the yellow or not. I thought there was a red in the open, but it's not. It's tied up. No pot for Mark. As I say, that brown and blue, if you could use that as a blocker to the reds, it'd be a telling safety. That's pretty good. Well, can John get past the brown to play this red to the right corner? You couldn't play it to the left corner, you'd run into other balls. First glance, I didn't think he could. He did, and he's got it. Needs a good kiss on the blue. He's got that as well. Well, I'll say it was a good kiss on the blue. He's hampered on the yellow. So it's going to be difficult. Tremendous pot, though. Just shows you the fractions. I didn't think he could get through to that potting angle. The problem is with this yellow, because he's so badly hampered by the brown, you can't impart the backspin to get the cue ball up to this end. You could trickle up behind the brown and think, well, I've got him snookered, but John's deciding to play this yellow. I don't know what he's thinking he's going to be on, but he'll think of something. You can bet your life on that. Trying to nestle up behind these reds. It was a good line, but it's too heavy. But worth the effort.
yeah, it was a great effort, and to be very precise with that positional shot.
John Higgins, 3.
Yeah, a little tap on the table from Mark. You've got to admire them, you know. Heater battles, still acknowledge a good shot from each other. Not much of an edge of this red sticking out.
And a miss.
Not much of an edge
John
at all.
Higgins, 7.
Now, a missed call, but John Higgins can get through to this red, to the right corner. He's got to play it. Because if he puts it back, Mark Williams might get it right next time. He won't be quite certain where the cue ball is going to go, but he'll know that, and he'll just concentrate solely on potting the red.
One.
Well, he's got a shot at the pink. He'd have liked to have been a bit further away from the cushion, but at least potting the red keeps him at the table. And while you're at the table, you have the advantage. 17 points the lead. The pink. Not an easy pink. 23 points. So then looking for 3 more reds and colours.
Just wondering if John Higgins is
7.
was looking at the double. I don't think he's got the angle to play it now. But keeping
John
it very
Higgins,
tight.
7.
23-point lead is another good safety.
Yes, definitely advantage John Higgins. But we know in this game, and one shot can turn it on his head. But Mark Williams now can't afford another mistake. That lead of 12-8 has long gone. Looks to be coming off the top cushion to nestle into one of these reds. He feels that that is the safest way to play it. Got to get the pace just right. Doesn't want to slip behind this red that's near the cushion. Is it hard enough? Don't think so.
And a miss. John Higgins, 4.
That's the shot he wants to play. And he's concerned if he hits it too pacey, he could leave a red on.
Jan, can we double check, please? Okay.
Slightly that way, ever so slightly, and now a little bit towards me. Now that looks spot on to me.
Okay. John, thank you.
Okay, same shot. Top cushion, nestle into the red closest to the right-hand side. He's got more pace. He doesn't want to slip round the back of this red. If he does, he'll leave a red on. Judged it to perfection. Good shot. Doesn't gain any advantage from it. But at least he's contained the situation. 27 points. John Higgins lead. Possible 67 remaining. The red ball coming up. Needs cover with the green here. I think he's got it. He has.
Yeah, desperately needed that green to come to his rescue. Just a containing shot from John.
I mean, if there is such a thing in the deciding frame, then John will be feeling a lot more comfortable than Mark. The fact that he's got the 27-point lead, and these reds are not exactly all in the open. So John will feel that a mistake might not cost him too severely. Whereas, from Mark's point of view, his next mistake could be his last. So, big moments now in this safety exchange. Oh, he's got the bump of the middle pocket. That's careless. Oh, what a mistake. What a mistake.
Yeah, I was just about to say that a slightly
Thank
careless
you.
shot from Mark Williams, allowing John to play into the ball game, but
1.
well, very uncharacteristic mistake from John Higgins, and he knows it.
Yeah, seems simple. Just to glance off the ball, but a little bit of tension in the arm.
8.
Cause a mistake. Now, winning the
9.
match at this visit will be a tall order, but he can get right back in the frame.
$15. $16.
Just wanted that cue ball to run a little bit further. He may be thinking about where he was lining up there, looking at the double.
Yeah, well, that's the last resort, but yeah, you're right. Got too much angle on this black. Well, he's not going to play the double, he's going to play the red down the cushion.
23.
Well, this will test his potting ability. This is tough. 4 points, the difference. He's behind. Never touched the side, and this time absolutely inch perfect on the black. Where's the cue ball going? Well, I thought it was inch perfect on the black. He wasn't.
31.
And if he was going to run into the red like that, maybe he should have stunned, tried to avoid the cannon, leave himself a pot. Will he take this on? Be a brave man to do it. 4 points the lead. It's one of these type of shots. If you miss it, you could leave it, and if you leave it, it could cost you the match.
Well, Mark Williams doesn't refuse much. What a tough shot this would be to take on.
He could hedge his bets and play the red to the left corner. That way he could get the cue ball going back to the baulk end. Is he taking it on? No, played the safety. Don't
Mark
blame him.
Williams, 31.
And he's looking like a very good safety as well. He's got the snooker advantage, Mark Williams.
Yeah, great shot. Tap on the table from John Higgins.
Well, it goes without saying, John Higgins has got to hit this. He's got to get it safe. And the pace he'll be playing. If he doesn't hit it, you feel almost certain he'll leave a free ball. He's got to hit it. Got to get it safe. The fact he's up and down tells me that maybe he's not got the natural angle off 2 cushions. Well, he caught it a glancing blow. Well, it's not all bad. He's left the pot on the red, but Mark Williams will need the brown. And the brown's been knocked into a, well, awkward position, to say the least. But he missed the long red. It's a funny thing, you know, you play that shot, and because the brown had gone where it is, he probably just took his mind off it. Whereas if the brown had been on the spot, you'd be thinking, right, if I pot this red, it's frame over. So John Higgins, when he was snookered before, it was all about hitting the red, getting it safe. And next time he comes to the table, he has a chance, his own chance, to win the match.
He's got the red. Comes nicely on the black. It's a little bit straight, but he can screw down.
The brown is going to be the key. So that tells us he's got to pot the black, good position on the yellow, good position on the green. More importantly, to get on that awkward brown. So it's not a formality by any means. Good start, nicely on the yellow. Glance at the scoreboard. Four points to lead. Up to and including the blue for a place in the semi-final. Anything but straight on the green will do. I suppose the advantage with the proximity of the brown to the blue, he wouldn't have to play the brown with a lot of pace to get position.
30.
So this is it. Roll the brown in automatically on the blue. This for a place in the semi-final. When at 12-8 behind, didn't seem possible. Remarkable. But he will be not taking this blue for granted. He will not take it for granted, and he's not straight on the blue. It's going into a slightly blind pocket. Blue for the match. He doesn't want to look. It was impossible.
John
I'll tell
Higgins,
you, that wasn't
17.
easy. The best way to give the ball every
Thank you.
chance, but John didn't want to play it
Quietly,
like
please.
that. He wanted to edge on the side. If he missed it, he didn't leave it. Oh, he has missed it, and he has left it. Can't get close to the pink off this blue. If he tries to get close to the pink, he makes the pot on the blue more difficult. Decision time. He needs blue, pink and black. In it goes. Now he needs that cue ball to slow up, and it is going to do well. Can you believe it? He's perfect. He's perfect on the pink. John Higgins had his chance. I think we'll see a celebration from Mark Williams now. This black, what a match. Treasure the moments of these two great champions. It came down to this, one ball. And it's Mark Williams who pots it. What a match. What a performance from John Higgins to fight back as he did. It was all about that missed blue. And Mark Williams puffs out his cheeks. He can't believe he got a second chance. John Higgins will be so disappointed. But once again, he proved what a great champion he is. But it's Mark Williams who goes through to the semi-final. Relieved? I'm sure he is. 13-12.